There it is. Okay, let's call the meeting to order. We have a quorum established. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to welcome everyone present today and those watching the broadcast and call the September 20th, 2011 special meeting to order with all members present except President Barrera. This is a special meeting of the board and non-agenda testimony will not be heard at this meeting. First of all, I would like to see if we have a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Please vote. And don't see the board, but I assume that passed. Okay. 4-0. 4-0. We're starting off with very, very strong unity. Okay, this afternoon we have the first of several meetings that we're going to have to go over all of the details of our $1 billion budget in the Santa Unified School District. We've decided that we're going to start at the very beginning of the year. We're not going to wait until we're in the middle of making decisions to understand, first of all, before we're looking at cutting, exactly how all of our money is spent. There will be several workshops over the next couple of months, and we will learn from this first workshop and make any adjustments to the format as necessary and the ones that come up. The purpose of this is for the board members as well as the public to understand the budget, to know what's happened up until now and exactly where we stand. So we want this to all be very transparent. And one thing that's going to be important with this transparency is that we need to make sure that there is a way for the public to have access to full information. Sometimes when we give highlights of things, it gives misleading impressions and so forth. I'll just use one simple example, which is the Board of Education. You can look at the Board of Education. I'm not looking at it right now, but it's perhaps a $1 million budget. And people look and say, well, there are 5 board members, when the reality is that the board salaries are approximately $17,500 at this point. So that's not the bulk of the board budget. And as we go into the details now, you'll see that a large part of that budget is the cost of elections, not campaigns, but the actual, because we do have elected members as opposed to appointed members. That's one of the expenses. I'm just using that as an example. So we're going to start off. We have different teams who are going to come up to speak to us, and I would just ask the board, like we usually do, to hold questions until the end of the presentation. And if there's a very tiny question, I would just say let's use the 5-second rule. In other words, if the staff member can answer it in 5 seconds, well, you might have a little thing about someone's on the wrong page or what is this number. But if it gets more complicated, let's hold them. We've set aside some time for each department to present, and that time really includes the presentation and some of the questions and comments that follow. So certainly don't need to use up all of that time. So and then I would also like to ask, after each group makes a presentation, if the superintendent could just make a comment about this is not an advocacy workshop. We're not having people advocating for particular departments. The superintendent is in charge of the entire district. Just to comment on the district operations, consequences of cutting back or eliminating a certain department based on operational or legal or other issues once that's done. Does that sound reasonable?
Well, I think that you may get some of that, John, when they do their presentation, because I've asked them to answer a set of questions. One would include downward adjustments based on cuts, but certainly could add that.
Okay, very good. So I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Evans. I only have a 2-minute set of opening comments, and then we're going to move through this because this is a fast-paced effort. It's the first in the series, as you noted, all the way going out to November. We will certainly welcome any feedback afterwards for change this, alter that, adjust that. But the direct reports to me, as I've said to them, kindly are the guinea pigs today to try to put this together. And it is intended to be an educational and informational presentation. We are not seeking any decision at this point in time. It's just to lay out where the funding, whether it be staff or non-staff, personnel, material costs go, how we receive and allocate revenue and spend it. I have already cautioned the staff that this is not about advocacy. It's simply the facts. This is where the money is, how it's spent, and how we make adjustments. So there will be none of that. We have tried to put this in a sequence that makes sense with the finance folks going first. We're going to rotate the folks off as they complete a presentation. Down in the front there are the subsequent teams that will come up here. It's the subject matter experts telling you where the funding is and how, in fact, it's handled. We will try to move through this as quickly as possible. I'm asking if Cheryl would actually set the clock and hold them. If they said they're going to talk for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, that's it. Because I don't want to shortchange anyone. Typically what happens here, we get behind and the last group has 1 minute to talk about something that perhaps could be 20 minutes. So we'll try to manage that very carefully. We did also program some time at the end for the board, but let's try to move through it as quickly as possible and go from there.
Do you have a preference as far as when each group comes up having the questions or holding the questions until the end?
What I would suggest we do is when they conclude their remarks, if there's a couple minutes, we'll allow for them to play out with some time for questions. If not, we did program some additional time at the end.
Okay. And one thing I asked Cheryl to do was there are different amounts of time for each group to set the buzzer for a 3-minute warning so that you don't stop mid-sentence.
Okay, fair enough. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Ron Little.
Thank you, Superintendent Koba. Good afternoon, board members. As Dr. Evans stated and Superintendent Koba stated, this is the first of a series of workshops. As you know, senior leadership has identified 4 parallel budget tracks that we're engaging in with respect to kicking off the development of next year's budget, as hard as that is to believe. So we're beginning the work that we need to really look at this year's budget in anticipation of building next year's budget. So those 4 parallel tracks that we're referencing, this is one of them. How do we spend our money currently? The second track that we will bring some findings back to you for is looking at potential mid-year reductions and some potential solutions around those. Track 3, as you know, is a committee, a team that is looking at the X factor and how we can amend the X factor to make it more equitable and more appropriate to the circumstances that we find ourselves in this coming year. And finally, track 4 is looking ahead to 12-13 and looking at some potential budget solutions to bring back for consideration. So those are the 4 task forces that we have assembled. We have a diverse group of members on each of those teams, and we feel they're going to do good work that we can bring back to you for your consideration. With respect to, let me see where I should point this. Okay, thank you. With respect to today's presentations, I'm just going to take 5 minutes and set the table for you, sort of remind us where we are. On August 2nd, we adopted the revised budget. The total general fund budget consisted of about $1.08 billion. Of that, $667 million was unrestricted, and $418 million of that was restricted. You can follow along in your book there. We broke out the major components of that total general fund budget by major object codes. So we have certificated salaries, classified salaries, health and welfare and other benefits, supplies and materials, and contracted services. And the purpose of this is just to reiterate again that 90% of our budget, as we know, is made of people and their compensation. So we are all sensitive to that, and this is just a reminder that as we move forward and look for solutions to balancing next year's budgets, we want to keep that in mind. Again, just as a reminder, page 4, Our expense budget is 1.086, as we noted. Unfortunately, our revenue and source budget is less than that. So we're anticipating about $1.04 billion of revenues in the current year. And so even though the board adopted a balanced budget in August, we are still deficit spending. That is, our expenses exceed our revenues by $46 million. And we knew that going into it. And again, that assumes that there are no mid-year reductions. So as we look forward, even though today we're focusing on current year resource allocation, as we look forward, we know that best case scenario, all things being equal, we're going to need to make about $57 million worth of adjustments to next year's budget. And moving forward, all things being considered, if we do have mid-year cuts, it'll be significantly more. And depending what those look like, we could range anywhere from $90 to $115 million of reductions and additions. What we know is that we cannot continue just to cut. Right, so an all-cuts strategy over the long term is not sustainable. We won't be able to achieve our mission and keep the quality education programs that we have in place. So we need a balance between short-term strategies and longer-term strategies. The challenges with the long-term strategies, of course, on the revenue side, those take time to put into place. So selling land, increasing our rentals and our leasing of our properties, and other such revenue generation and income streams take some time to develop. So at least in the near term, we're looking at probably a propensity, unfortunately, towards more reductions, and hopefully augment those with some revenue solutions. So today's series of presentations is going to focus on how our resources are allocated in the current year. And again, as Superintendent Koba mentioned, and so did Dr. Evans, really the only purpose of these workshops is to inform and to educate and to establish a baseline understanding of what our general fund budget looks like, and then later in the last presentation what the other funds look like. We asked the department heads and the division chiefs when they develop their presentations to take these 6 questions and consider them and hopefully work them into some degree in their presentations. So as a division chief, how do you prioritize allocating your resources? What are some of your recurrent budget challenges? How do you track and monitor expenditures? How do you gauge your efficiencies and your efficacies? What's different this year, given the fact that you've taken at least a 10% hit, if not more, and many have taken more? What are you experiencing so far 3 weeks into the new school year? And then the toughest question, obviously, is if you were asked to find more reductions, what would that mean to your service delivery model moving forward? So finally, we have 8 divisions presenting today, including the superintendent. Those divisions are comprised of about 377 full-time equivalents. In total, they have a total general fund budget of $123 million. Of that $123 million, as you will note, about $52 million is fixed costs, so utilities, insurance costs, SERP costs, and another $30 million are our reserves, our set-asides. So $82 million then is things we can't do anything about. That leaves about $40 million of operational costs that are in these 8 divisions. And of course, as we know, about 90% of that $40 million is the cost to pay our employees and our staff. We provided you 7 or 8 different spreadsheets. They're quite detailed. We're happy to answer any questions about them. I know that the division chiefs and department heads will use those as a reference and hopefully point out some of the material changes. Each of the spreadsheets has a 3-year history. So you have actuals from 2009-2010, you have actual expenditures from 2010-2011, and you have projected or our budgeted numbers for 2011-2012. We've broken it out by general fund unrestricted, which of course is the most flexible. When we talk about balancing a budget, that's really the numbers we're looking at. Then we have general fund restricted, and then we have total general fund, and we've also included other funds to the extent that they impact each of the divisions. Each of these budgets obviously have some global assumptions like step and column and so forth that we won't go into here. However, we'd be happy to answer questions about if there are any. So finally, the presentation order for today is in front of you. The finance team is to my left, and they're going to present the finance division's presentation. And I'd first of all just say I feel very fortunate and lucky to have these directors on my team. And sitting next to me, to my left, is Jenny Salkeld, controller, and to her left is Debbie Foster, budget operations director, and to her left, Amy Shackelford, who of course is our budget development director. Unfortunately, Sue Weir, payroll director, could not make it today, so she expresses her regrets for that. Also in the audience supporting us are Ronnie Adair, manager of health and welfare and benefits, and Judy Winwalker is actually in the audience sitting in for Sue Weir today. So with that, I will turn over the presentation to Ms. Shackelford.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon. Today I will be walking you through the functional structure within the finance organization. Public sector entities are required to be in compliance with accounting regulations and procedures as governed by agencies such as GASB and GAAP. A driving principle that is the foundation of how finance organizations are structured is internal controls. K-12 school districts are required by law to be audited on an annual basis by an external auditor to ensure sufficient internal controls are in place and are being enforced. Separation of duties is a critical key that is audited on an annual basis and can be subject to audit findings. Separation of duties is the concept of having more than one person required to complete a task. In business, the separation by sharing of more than one individual in one single task prevents fraud and errors from occurring. To translate, you cannot have the same person handle various tasks, as that increases the exposure of fraud within your organization. As an example, the same person cannot be the requester of a purchase, process the purchase order, verify the receipt of the product, process the payment to the vendor, and also be responsible for budgeting and tracking that department's budget. As a result of these separations of duties, it also requires specific technical expertise in these various areas. The total operations budget for the finance organization is $15 million, and there are currently 96 FTE budgeted. This does not include district reserves and other district-wide costs that are budgeted within the finance organization, which I will discuss later. Within the finance organization, there are 6 functional groups that exist as a result of internal controls and separations of duties. The Chief Financial Officer Department comprises of the district CFO and currently the Benefits Department that recently moved from HR to Finance. The CFO department budget is approximately $600,000 and 1 FTE. This includes about $400,000 of contracted services that covers such fees as our external auditors. The Benefits Department currently has 5 FTE and about $500,000 of salary and benefits. The Benefits Department, led by Ronnie Adair and her staff of 4 FTE, are responsible for assisting the district, over 14,000 active and over 5,000 retired employees, with accurate and relevant information as it relates to the district-provided benefits. The department also manages all aspects of implementation and accurate maintenance of all eligibility records for the employees of San Diego Unified and their dependents. In addition, they are required to execute all federal and state regulations within the required timelines to keep the district in compliance with various standards such as COBRA and HIPAA. And lastly, they review all benefit renewals for appropriateness.
5-second question. Where is benefits on? Is that on the sheet that we have here?
It's within the CFO budget.
Within the CFO, okay.
Yes. So the total CFO budget is 6 FTE, 5 are benefits, 1 is Ron himself. The Budget Development Organization, which is led by myself, is comprised of $1.3 million and 10 FTE. The budget is primarily headcount driven, with about $200,000 of maintenance contracts that we use for financial reporting and mandated cost time collection. My group is responsible for managing the district's budget development and financial forecasting. We coordinate and consolidate the district's first and second interims, budget development, and unaudited actuals. This involves general fund projections, development of district-wide allocations and assumptions, and consolidations of the district's 14 funds. We generate monthly financial reporting to the board and to the county office. In addition, we maintain the district's monthly and hourly position control and are responsible for the annual completion and submission of the state-mandated activity cost claims for reimbursement. The controller organization, which is led by Jenny Salkeld, has a total budget of $9.6 million and 50 FTE. Within the controller organization, there are 5 departments. These departments include the Accounts Payable Department, that is responsible for the timely and accurate processing of all non-payroll disbursements made by the district. This includes vendor payments and employee reimbursements. The Material Control Department is responsible for collecting and verifying the district's assets and inventory. They ensure compliance with established procedures by completing physical inventory counts throughout the year. This team also manages the surplus property function within the district and will conduct annual auctions to sell off unused property and then reflect the district's inventory account appropriately. The Fiscal Control Department is responsible for the management of the district's retirement and insurance plans. In addition, they are responsible for all federal and state wage and tax mandatory reporting. This department is required to be maintained if the district is to remain financially independent. The Financial Accounting Department develops and monitors the $1.9 billion district revenue sources from local, state, and federal sources. They also manage the district's cash management process and provide recommendations when it is necessary to borrow funds to maintain a positive cash flow. The Payroll Department, which is led by Sue Weir, is comprised of 16 FTE and about $1.4 million of personnel costs. This department manages an annual payroll of about $555 million, or approximately $47 million on a monthly basis. This involves 2 payrolls per month, and about 25,000 checks are produced monthly. The budget and operations for academics and business departments are led by Debbie Foster. The teams are comprised of a total of 23 FTE and approximately $2.3 million of salaries and benefits. The budget operation teams are responsible for providing financial and position support to over 180 district schools, academic programs, and additionally all the central office departments. They work one-on-one with the principals and central office personnel to develop and manage the school's general fund and capital fund allocations. In addition, they are responsible for monitoring federal and state resource comparability to ensure future funding. These departments also manage and assist in developing allocations for grant funding received by the district to be in compliance with state and federal guidelines. Lastly, included within the Finance Division are the district reserves and set-asides. This budget is approximately $72 million, of which $30 million is for general fund reserves and school set-asides. Within the $30 million includes $22 million for economic uncertainties, $2.9 million of school set-asides, $3 million of inventory accounts, and about $1 million of prepaid and revolving cash balances. Within the District Reserves and Set-Asides Department, we also budget other district items such as the COBRA benefits for excess employees of $4.9 million, over formula teacher allocation of approximately 15 FTE or $1.3 million, star rating or job reclassifications of approximately $2 million, and additional district-wide capital needs of $2 million. Now I would like to turn it over to our controller, Jenny Salkeld, to discuss how we prioritize our resources.
Thank you, Amy. A 5-second question. I've been trying to follow your numbers, and the numbers don't seem, from what you've said, the numbers are not consistent on the paper that we've been given here as far as the number of FTEs and the budget And we're looking at budgeted 11-12, right?
Yes.
The middle one is supposed to be 10-11. I assume it just didn't have the little number on there. And so what you were stating verbally was not consistent with what we have on the paper here.
It's the sum of the general fund, unrestricted and restricted.
Well, you were, for example, I think you were talking about the controller 44, and I think you were breaking that down.
I broke down the description of the departments. I didn't break down.
You mentioned 23 FTEs for one.
The 23 FTE are the sum of the department budget operations for academics and business.
Well, first she said she had 50. On the paper it says 44.
Well, then there's 62.
And there's 6 under other funds, so that's a total of 50.
And we're supposed to understand that because... I'm not trying to be funny.
Oh, no,
I think we're just trying to say that we don't have what you have and we don't have the background that you have, so we're sitting here kind of lost.
So there's the 50.
We should have put in a total column in there that summarizes all 3 funds.
Is there a copy of your notes that you spoke about?
Yes.
Thank you. That'll help me.
Right, and I think just even if there's reference to the papers that we have, for example, if there's 44 here and you're breaking down the 44, if at least we know the 44 because, or for example, I heard 600,000 for something for benefits, but yet I couldn't tell where on this paper that fit. And at the moment it happened. So the more you can refer back to the paper we have, the clearer it will be. Thanks. Okay.
Superintendent Koba and board members. As Amy highlighted, I'm going to be discussing the prioritization of resources. And as she explained, the departments within a division are structured in a way that we are compliance-centered. We are responsible, or the district is responsible for statutory requirements with the California Department of Education, with the County Office of Education, and also with federal, state, and local regulations, such as with the IRS, with Internal Revenue Service, the state of California, and also with retirement management of the programs with STRS and with PERS. The departments are also responsible for contract compliance to ensure payments are made according to the contract terms and conditions. And we're also responsible for annual reporting from an audit or financial audit perspective, as well as for granting agency perspectives as well, in terms of reflecting the expenditure reports and displaying how the funds were utilized. Also, another priority of the department and in the division is meeting stakeholder requests. We have many internal as well as external customers, such as principals, department managers, the Board of Education, staff, vendors, and employees, and community stakeholders as well. And not meeting these service requirements have the potential implications of slow paying to vendors, which could impact a breach of contract terms, potential credit holds on accounts, compliance-related reporting may be delayed, and there's also a risk of fees and penalties with filing of statutory requirements, such as the payroll taxes, the IRS 941 forms, and as well as some COBRA-related compliance with benefits. And in addition, there's also potential loss of future funding with resources if reports are not submitted timely. Another area of emphasis is the monitoring and tracking of expenditures and cost efficiencies within the division. Each department within the finance division monitors efficiencies and expectations in the delivery of their services by tracking key performance indicators. An example is in the Department of Accounts Payable, we track the number of invoices processed, the discounts taken on invoices, purchase card transactions, and potential rebates that we receive with our outside AP solution. From the payroll department, we also monitor late reporting and financial accountability. We look at the number of hours that are processed and the number of hours reported that are in excess of 75 days from the date of work or the absence. And we also monitor overpayment as a percentage of total payroll and the number of overpayments discovered and the overpayments due to staff error. And also from a Board of Educational perspective, we monitor the operational expectations number 6 and number 7. From a financial planning perspective, which entails the budget, and also from an accounting operations perspective and monitoring the day-to-day activities. And then I'm going to hand it over to Debbie Foster, our Director of Budget Operations, for the next section.
Thank you, Jenny. Good afternoon. In reference to the worksheet in front of you, you'll see a year-over-year comparison, which Amy mentioned has 12 departments and 6 groups, and so it's summarized into 6 groups in front of you. One change that's probably worth noting, again, for clarification, is that one change that happened this year, benefits was moved into the finance division. So when you look at the prior years, benefits was in another division and not part of finance. So if we're doing comparison, that's 5 FTE that was added to the finance division for 2011-12. The finance division has eliminated approximately 20 positions over the last couple of years, 10 most recently for the 11-12 budget. The division's operating budget no longer supports many of the workshops and trainings for staff, finance staff, in areas of best practice, fiscal updates from the local, state, and federal agencies. The finance division has combined departments where possible to reduce expenditures. As mentioned earlier, the challenge to maintain separation of duty prevails when considering combining departments or duties. Recently, the division eliminated the mandated cost department, and now only the mandates with the highest potential for revenue generation are being processed. The division, as well as the district, is feeling the impact of these reductions. Here are a few examples of the reductions impacting operations. Reduction of staff and payroll and benefits. Payroll has reduced about 27%, benefits about 40% in the last couple of years. The reductions have resulted in the benefits and payroll department lobby not being available in the mornings. It's now only open for employees and retirees in the afternoon. Also, the staff with that reduction in the payroll department, each technician is responsible for about 23% additional checks per person, 23% more checks per person. And also the demand of the number of on-demand checks has also increased with employees in new roles as the timekeeper. This is also one example of unintended consequences. The number of manual on-demand checks has increased due, and most, to the shift in personnel and staff not yet being up to speed on payroll processing and deadline procedures. The benefits department will now only offer online benefit enrollment changes and updates. The material control department is no longer able to perform annual fiscal inventories as required. The accounting department now has one employee with many other duties who collects, reviews, and processes 134,000 federal survey cards that has potential to bring to the district $10 million annually. The budget development department will no longer be able to produce the budget book that we just completed due to staffing reductions. And this employee was also responsible for updating the division's website with more current, accurate information for our staff. The budget department has reduced over 10 analysts and supervisors over the past couple of years. The budget analysts now support an average of 26 schools as opposed to 15 previously. Analysts also support an average of 40 departments, 25 resources such as Title I, EIA, QEIA, and 14 funds such as Prop S and early childhood education. The additional number of schools and departments assigned to each analyst limits the time they can spend with each school reviewing and correcting expenditures charged incorrectly, possibly resulting in audit findings or worse, future funding denied. The number of requests for analysis has greatly increased. The schools and departments are trying to stretch every dollar, which is a great thing. We just need some analysts to support the request for the analysis. Federal funding requires management of personnel with first-hand knowledge of work performed by each federally funded employee to certify funding is appropriate for work performed. This requirement is audited annually. Without staff to send notifications to schools and collect the signed forms, the federal funds are in jeopardy. Further reduction in the finance division will jeopardize the district's statutory requirements and the loss of future funding. Thank you.
And I'll just conclude by reiterating just a couple of things that Debbie said. One is, we can probably do without a budget book moving forward, but the Finance Division really is a service delivery operation. So, as she mentioned, our analysts now who support schools have 25 schools to support this year as opposed to 15 last year. So, of course, the workload has increased as it has across the district. And with increased workload, comes increased tension and stress, and keeping morale up and motivated is a challenge that we all face, obviously. A 10% reduction moving forward to our division would be about 10 people. We've struggled with what that would look like with respect to the department. One thing Debbie didn't mention was we actually reorganized our division this year, just finished it about a month ago, to work with the reduced staffing that we had and increase efficiencies. So we'd have to take another look at the organization of the division. Obviously, there would be more reductions in services. And at some point, as we've said, as the superintendent said very eloquently in the past, we hit the law of diminishing returns. So we just can't keep sustaining the same level of delivery with less resources. And I think that's what you'll hear repeatedly today from every division. And that's unfortunately one of the realities that we face. In the Finance Division, I'd argue that the consequences of such errors and omissions and overworkloads are quite significant and could be quite severe, obviously, with respect to the compliance issues, the reporting issues, and the revenue issues. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Let me just, before we start with the questions, some of the questions will be answered, and then there are some that we'll need to get information back. And for example, there was if Cheryl, if you could just make sure that we get a memo afterwards about the questions and from the answer from the staff. I mean, one of the questions was based on Amy's presentation to have the breakdown of, we have the overall information here, but how she broke it down. And I'm sure there are other questions that will come up that won't be able to be answered on the spot, but that we have, I think we just have a standard procedure that we have these workshops, have the questions, and get the answers, then we'll be fully informed. So, board members? Yes,
we've got about 3 minutes to the next one, so when we take 3 minutes worth, come back around.
Okay. Just to, first of all, I would like a copy of your notes or speaking presentation, because we won't, after all of these presentations, it's going to be hard to remember everything that you said to us, and so being able to go back and look and think about what we said would be very critical.
Right, so if Cheryl can include that with questions.
Okay, and then it looked like when you were talking about, and I have these by alphabet, so I have E, the difference in your 2011 given your budget restrictions. It sounded like you were not doing any training anymore and so I mean, of all the things that you decided not to do, I would think there'd be one thing that you really would do, because of course if you're not training people outside of your organization how to do what they need to do, then it sounds like you're really setting us up that we can't do without you. And no offense, at some point in time, because the question then becomes, and the last part of mine is, what tools? Somebody said the physical department we have to have, because that looks at the mandates, and what other area is it that we really have to have in order for us to be considered a school district? I mean, they said we have to have that one if you're going to continue to be a viable school district. What other items up here do we have to have separately? I mean, if push comes to shove, some things we can do without, but some things we absolutely cannot. And I heard that one specifically mentioned. Is there any others?
I'll address the first question with respect to training, and then maybe Jenny can address the second question. I think with respect to training, we've actually enhanced the training that we provide to the schools and the end users. So, for example, we've done a recent training in QuickBooks for the CDC staff. Jenny's team is very involved with the P-card training at the site level. Amy's team is doing the SPB training, of course. I think where we cut down on the training is within our own staff. So we're working, more with PLCs and supporting each other, and less with external training that we bring in from the outside. the CM.
I do think, Ron, you may want to pursue Trustee Jackson's question about AB 1200, separation of duties and responsibilities for district staff in terms of financial or fiduciary responsibilities versus a county or outside activity. That may be a follow-on answer that you want.
In regards to the physical inventory, that is one of the district's administrative procedure. So in terms of that, we're not meeting our OE, I believe 10.4, and it is a state CDE requirement too.
Our last one was done in 2008. We had an outside party, American Education.
So to assure
The fiscal control department.
Oh, was it fiscal control? That was material control.
Fiscal control, that is mandatory to remain financial.
Oh, that too, yes. From a fiscal control perspective, that is against segregation of duties and assuring that all the payments are done and according to all the IRS rules and all the tax filings. Those are all the statutory requirements that have to be done. If not, the district will incur significant fees.
I understand that comment. I just didn't know what other areas in your department were required to that level.
Very specific. Fiscal control in particular, yes.
I think we got a couple other quick questions, Mr.
At our
Weiser.
current, you had mentioned that we need to be very on top of making sure that we're not missing deadlines and incurring additional expenses and then not receiving monies because we didn't file the reports in a timely manner to D.C. and Sacramento. How are we in terms of compliance with those objectives at this point in time at current staffing levels? Have we been, over...
Delinquent.
Well, we've just started the new year in July. I think that we struggle. I think we have an excellent team that works very hard and struggles to meet the deadlines. I don't know of any deadlines that we've missed except the budget book deadline, which is, not important really. But in terms of compliance issues, as Jenny said, that's really our number one, maybe our number two priority after fiscal solvency. But compliance is key, and all of our team members know that, and we work well. But it just means more work and longer hours and more teamwork.
So hopefully this year we won't have those non-compliance issues, but we need to measure and learn from the challenges that when we are up against the wall to make those deadlines, we need to try to document that so that we can realize where our opportunities are in the future.
Mr. Barnett.
I have a comment and then one question, and this is not meant to be critical, but because I understand this is a new process starting early in the budget year that maybe hasn't been done before. I'm not sure the way it's being done is really helpful. I think getting the broad picture and having something in front of us with the numbers, notwithstanding the totals not being in this chart, is helpful. But then the detailed litany of the specifics being told to us verbally without any backup writing, we're looking at 4 hours of data dump of numbers. It's going to be a huge blur. It's not going to help me as this board member to get any sense. I would rather forgo that and have it when we have the detail. If you want to go into that detail, we need to have a piece of paper to look at, because I couldn't follow. One thing jumped out for Mrs. Jackson, one thing jumped out for Mr. Beiser, and maybe something jumped out for me. But I don't think this is productive, is what I'm. If this is the way it's going to be for the rest of the afternoon, I don't think this is helping us to get a better understanding to be able to make better decisions.
Many division heads did PowerPoints. We did not. My apologies. We'll create one after the fact and put all of our talking points into a PowerPoint and get it to you by the end of the week, if that sounds okay.
Just city compliance deadlines.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, do everything.
And you mentioned you said the budget book cost. You said it cost a person. It was a position, so we can't do that anymore. This book, is that what you're saying?
We had one staff who primarily worked on the budget book as well as some other duties. She wrote some grants and managed some grants, but that was primarily what she was delegated to.
Okay.
Right. Okay, and then just kind of in closing here, question one thing that would be helpful as for lay people looking at finance departments would be information on what comparable districts are doing in terms of their organization and expenses. I know it's difficult to find an exact comparison, so some would be smaller and some would be larger, but some sort of comparability there among school districts, and then also, even though it doesn't completely apply, for outside organizations with similar numbers of employees and who have to comply with certain government regulations for their industry too, maybe not as much as we do. So that would be, because I'm sure everybody's working very hard and doing a good job, and I think people here before were doing it too that are no longer here, but it's kind of hard to know exactly where to draw the line.
Can I just jump into that?
Yes.
That's a lot of work. I mean, if you're talking, number one, what's a comparable district? Mm-hmm. Number two, different districts will call something like central office, and they may have 20 different things in it than we have. Just today they talked about how they moved from the reserves to benefits to there. So getting a true apples to apples comparison, I think the amount of work that will be involved in the amount of parsing that information as to those exceptions is not going to be worth the effort given what would be involved. And then when you throw in other agencies, whether it's a county or other pass-through agencies, I just think it's... if you want to say San Diego Unified and LA Unified spends this much per student and have totals and total number of staff, but as far as getting to this level, I just think it's not going to give us information that's going to help us make our decision. And in all frankness, comparing us to San Jose or Long Beach, it's like, Mars to Venus. I mean, we are a large urban district, but we are so different than large other urban districts. So I understand what you're saying, but I know how much staff work it's going to involve to try to go to all these other districts, try to say, well, what's your central office? What do you have in it? What's included and what's not included for us to get accurate information? So
okay,
just a comment.
Mr. Little, in terms of, I understand that about the not requesting a huge amount of work, but in terms of some broad brush information, do you think that's possible? I think it's also important for the public to have some of that information too.
Sure, I think we can we can choose a couple select districts and maybe one or two businesses for comparables and just get total FTEs and sort of look at an organizational structure.
And it might be smaller parts. Maybe because of the way the departments are combined, it might just have to do with how they handle payroll or something like that.
I want to add a question to the list.
Sure, okay. One question.
And that last year, did we incur any fines or fee due to any late filings? If so, what were they?
Okay, that's another question. And I think one thing that's helpful, just to close in these type of presentations, is pointing out what in terms of increased workload with existing staff. I think the fact that you brought in the benefits to the department and yet we don't have an increase in the number of employees is significant. And also a board initiative has been to have more local school site input on budget decisions, which necessarily creates more work. As opposed to we just do it cookie cutter at the top. So I think those points are important to bring up. Thank you very much for your presentation.
If I could, one more observation. Trying to make a dry presentation a little more interesting. One thing to consider, and for those behind you, tell the story. You've got 96 people, right, or 96 FTE. You're a $15 million operation. Just to do your function, then we talk about all the reserves and everything else you have. It would be helpful to differentiate. How many folks do you have doing accounts payable? 12. Okay. And you have 16 people doing payroll, right? So 12 and 16, 28 people out of their 96 are in a real challenge production line. That's all they do. They either pay bills or they are processing payroll. And even using the most current ERP technology, it's labor intensive. So you just kind of differentiate, and that means that if you take away those 28 from the 96, you've got 70 people, 68 people who are really doing all of the broad base from controller to budget development. So you just got to kind of present what's the work setting, what you're trying to do, and recognize that you lost 20 people over the last so many years, and you are where you are. But just presenting what the work setting is.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Next on, I think, on the docket is audits and investigation. That's Stephen Carr and his team.
Okay, we have 10 minutes for this presentation. Total.
Cheryl, if you can move to the internal audit budget, which is certainly a little bit more straightforward. It's only the one single entity which covers all of our internal audit team. No. I would have thought perhaps go all the way to the back, and I may be a part of the superintendent's budget now.
Oh, here it is, below the superintendent's budget.
This is as a result of the realignment. This is a direct report of mine rather than being a portion of the legal services division.
Last page. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Stephen Carr, your Director of Internal Audit. With me, I have the entire audit staff, and they all report directly to me. On my far left is Okay. Yeah. To my right is Inez Abitria. She's an operations auditor, and to my right is Jaime Buencenceso, and he's an operations auditor. I just want to make sure I'd earlier submitted an audit background that listed the requirements as far as policy and procedure, so that the time wouldn't be spent at this time on that.
Here it is, white sheet.
That document speaks to the requirements for the department within the requirement with the independency of the school district that the audit department is required, and then it speaks to the bylaws and the applicable board policies, education code. Now, we are staffed.
It's time.
We are staffed at currently 6 positions. The 5 of us here. We have a vacancy. That's an internal audit manager, information systems specialty. And we also, for Prop S, have a .4 audit position that is funded by Prop S and totally dedicated to Prop S. We just supervise the function within the audit department to maintain the independence of it.
Go to the other one.
Okay, let me try this one.
It's on the 5-second rule.
Oh, okay. Shown on is our budget, which is for this year $794,000. Previously, for the 10-11 year, was $844,000. The reduction was due to the elimination of the internal investigator position in the audit department due to lack of funding. Outside of our department budget, we pay for $11,000 for the district's fraud hotline reporting function. It's a service bureau that provides that to the district. And within our department, we only have $1,600 left for audit software licensing. We're primarily a staff-only operation. In order of primacy, we address special requests for audits and investigation. These are responded to first. Basically, it's the exposure or operational defect that would negatively impact the district, either operationally or funding. So we direct our attention to those with immediacy. Next, our intent would be to conduct the audit plan. That's not on this document. I'm just to the document that I'm speaking to. Okay. Would be conducting the audit plan, and we base the audit plan on requirements in educational code, district procedure. We do risk assessments, looking at areas with potential high dollar loss or high exposure, and we need to look at fiscal operations for the district that have not recently been audited. We also provide consulting functions to departments. We serve operational areas to assure that the district does not unnecessarily suffer from internal or external decisions or directives that are against the district's best interests. And we also now with the staff do the fraud hotline investigation to resolve those issues.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. This mic thinks I am. Okay. Our recurrent budget challenges are meeting the demands on our department or timely response for special investigations. My staff has been working on special requests since the start of the school year. My expectation is that with the current special requests for investigations and audits, that will take us probably through October. Thus, before we even begin the audit plan, we will be through one quarter of this school year. We also have legal requirements performing audits that are necessary for the district, such as ASB. And we also have to take into account the district's response to the grand jury as far as performing certain services. At the end of that, we have the fraud hotline. This is servicing the complaints as a trade-off. It's balancing conducting audits or having audit staff perform the hotline investigations. The concern here that I have is that if an audit staff is underway and we have a hotline request, we have to pause the audit to do the hotline request. One of the other areas that we would like to be able to address and need to address is returning to audited areas that had unsatisfactory results, and that is to assure that the corrective actions that they've indicated they are taking are active and producing the desired results to mitigate the audit findings. We also provide training to district staff for the ASB function. Expenditure tracking for our department is pretty negligible. This will be quick. We just have staffing, the $11,000 I already spoke to for the district's hotline, and our audit software. The rest of our non-staff budget is mileage expense and office supplies, and I review those expenditures. We also do not have any clerical support. Now, measuring our cost effectiveness, that's a little different, being the type function that we are. Our audit actions are evaluated on a subjective reasonableness based on our experience in the audit areas and understanding of the times needed to complete tasks. Audits that indicate poor performance would take significantly longer than audits where performance meets management's expectations. And going into an audit, we have no idea what we're going to expect. We have not done a lot of audits of the same area over subsequent years, so we don't have a continuity in specific areas. With recent audits, internal audit actions have produced revenue to the district. As recently as July, we recovered more than $2 million in revenues. Again, following another program office, we recovered approximately $500,000 in revenues that would not have accrued to the district due to inaccurate reporting. One of the other issues is having regularly scheduled ASB audits. These are required in district procedure. We have not been able to meet that requirement. Is that 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have 3 minutes to finish everything.
Okay. There are 48 secondary schools and 116 elementary schools for a total of 164 ASB accounts. ASB operations in secondary schools alone, they have generated receipts of over $11.4 million, and they've had expenditures of $11.8 million. We also provide soft savings to the districts. That's where we do operations where, for example, consulting services, the district was going to be penalized approximately $77,000. Audit involvement reduced that with that process to $27,000. We also write and review and develop district policy and procedures, and we are a deterrent. Knowledge that audits occur deters fraud and abuse. More specifically, if we're able to do random audits, that really elevates that to a higher level because no one knows when we're coming. Programmatically, what's different in our budget this year, with reduced staff and the elimination of the internal investigator, the audit fraud hotline has received less attention. We currently have 91 cases in backlog. Internal audit requests for special actions have increased. Currently, or like I said, our proposed plan to start July 1 is being pushed out a third of the school year. The problem with this is the trend in special requests and the seriousness of their nature has increased over our prior year's experience. These must be acted upon. There's just no way we can forego doing them first. If we were asked to take a 10% reduction in our department staffing, that would eliminate one more audit position, and that would reduce our department by 17%. And that would be 17% less resource for the audit function of audit, special investigations, and the fraud hotline. Also, since we are mandated to be here to be fiscally independent, it would require involvement with the San Diego County Office of Ed because they have been concerned over our staffing levels. And with prior legal counsel and meeting with them, they were advised that they needed to be made aware of where we are. And again, and I'm not sure how this would be required to address the district's response to the grand jury, but we made statements in that response that we are not satisfying currently. And let me finish with saying, while not the express purpose of the department, and I don't want to be seen as an income generator, we have audited fiscal operations and delivery of service and produced significant recoveries of monies for the district. And that is me.
Okay, any very brief questions before we move on from this?
I know you don't want to be I don't want to be considered an income generator, but there are mechanisms by which we can determine the value that you are saving the district, and I know you are saving the district quite a bit of money, and I think that through the Council of Great City Schools, when they give us their annual cost savings of how they save the district money, we can use something similar to help this department figure out exactly how much they're actually saving the district. Okay. And then in item number C, could you just send us back some more information? C for me is how do you monitor and track expenditures? And you said it's not much, but it was a little bit there. I just didn't get it all in my notes.
Okay. Well, we just have supplies and mileage.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
This budget has superintendent audits not under here?
Right.
In the budget
that was published, or that was prepared before we made the official realignment.
So when we approved the budget, the realignment wasn't in here?
I don't know what the timing was between the publication of the book, but he acted on his realignment to me as soon as you approved it.
Okay. And the actual net expenditures in 11-12 are pretty close to what they were in 10-11, and that's after the cuts. So I assume is that just standard? 10-11 and 11-12, the actual net expenditures, because if you look at 10-11 was $844,000 of the audit fund, and 11-12. Well, what's 794 plus 52? Because you have to add those two together, right? Am I doing that right? You have to add the 794 to the 52,000 because you're getting funds from other sources, which you didn't have last year.
So very close.
The 52,000. The 52,000 is for the Prop S audit function, and that's outside of our department's budget.
So was it last year in 10-11? It wasn't in.
No, it wasn't in. It wasn't in the 10-11 budget. So the reduction would be more than that.
So it's from 844 to 794 then.
Okay, and then why is the? Okay, never mind.
Okay, and I guess just the same general question, and maybe there's something to Council of Great City Schools, but. It's hard to know. I mean, obviously we need an audit department, but it's hard for me to know, should we have 3 people doing it, or should we have 15 people doing it, or 6, or 5? I mean, it's kind of a big question for me. I don't know if there's some way to answer that. So I'll just put that down as a question.
Did you see the article in the UT today about it?
Yes.
I think a takeaway for them is this is the entire internal audit division.
Yeah.
Right.
Minus one vacancy, 98% people, and I think they've articulated that between trying to follow an audit plan, special requests, the grand jury, and umpteen other things, they're forever juggling and have a backlog to deal with the reality of the review and research that has to do with an internal audit. And if we didn't have one, we'd probably be mandated to have one or to work out a relationship to have one because of the size and complexity of our organization.
And that's the question. Are we mandated by the county, state, or federal government? You said county, but is there any other mandates?
As part of being fiscally independent, it was a requirement to have an internal audit function.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much. Now we can move on to legal services.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, thank you.
She's in human resources now.
Oh, that's why you have to get all those questions. Yeah.
Legal
because
services.
somebody may be able to.
It should be the next page, I hope.
Yeah, next one.
Don't even try it. This is not all of your department. Yeah, nice try.
Just the best part.
Well, that's the part that keeps us from going bankrupt anyway. Yes, one of each. The document you have in front of you should have this document, which is a breakdown of FTEs. You should have a document that's entitled Notes for Budget Meeting, which is primarily risk management. You should have departmental presentation talking points in that order. And I thought, there it is. It's up there. Good afternoon. I'm the general counsel for the district, as you all may know. I have a number of people working with me in my department. My legal services department is funded at 10 FTE. And the first document that I handed out, this one-page document, it talks about allocation status reports, breaks that down. The numbers on the document in there are not correct because of a fluctuating status of FTE, and you'll see that breakdown on this document. The return to work cost center is also under my division through risk management, and if you have more questions about that, Ashley's here to answer those. But as far as legal services are concerned, there's 10.0 FTE. There are 6 attorneys, including myself. There are 4 legal secretaries, one of whom is a confidential administrative assistant. Ms. Harrelson is my direct assistant. She's one step above those folks. She's sort of like the office manager. And Ashley has 6 people in her department.
Correct.
Including herself. That is also broken down on this part here. The reason you see different numbers in different places, 2 FTE of my department are funded out of Prop S, 1 attorney, 1 clerical support. In Ashley's department, 5.5 people are funded out of Fund 67. You'll keep hearing that number. Fund 67 is your special reserve for insurance and other claims, which is what is determined as to be a, quote, fixed cost. So, comment on the numbers up there. We do not spend $27 million on attorneys. We do not spend $7.8 million on attorneys. We spend actually, let me look at the number. The dollar numbers are right. Primarily, starting with the general fund part of it, as you can see how it's broken down there. The staff salaries and the FTE are reflected. The staff salaries, the benefits, the $609,251 is services and other operating. That is basically the cost of outside counsel for non-liability costs. In other words, those are costs for outside counsel that we cannot charge to Fund 67. Okay? So $5.926 million is a transfer or other outgo that comes from the general fund, which actually goes into Fund 67. That is primarily your insurance premium payments. Your premium payments, your third-party administrator on liability, workers' comp, and am I forgetting anything else? I think those
property.
are and property insurance. Those are what we term, Ron Little would term a fixed cost. In other words, every year, and Ashley can go into this a little more, every year it's established a certain actuarial amount needs to be paid into the reserve fund in order to have a prudent reserve for insurance, property, liability, workers' compensation. That is the $26.385 million plus the $5.926 million. So the actual cost for attorneys to represent this district in a given year is $7.851 million minus $5.926, which is $1.25 million. So if you just total up above the $5.926, that is the cost of attorneys for the district. It's primarily in staffing. You have, like I said, 6 attorneys on staff. For Dr. Evans's question, I will tell you that rarely does a district in California have staff counsel, which I think is a mistake. But I can tell you that Los Angeles Unified has 42 attorneys. They are about 7 times our size. And if you divide 42 by 7, you'll come up with 6. I can tell you that San Francisco Unified has 5 attorneys for 60,000 students. Some would say they're overstaffed, but it's San Francisco. It's very litigious up there. As you know, I come from that area. I'm very aware of that. So roughly, I think, based on large IRMIDs in California, we are staffed at an appropriate level. And Ashley would talk about risk management and her function of her people. Other than that, I don't have any other comments. What I would like to do now is turn it over to Ashley. She provided notes from her comments today. She's not going to go through all of these because there's a lot of numbers in here, and obviously the numbers can make your eyes swim. What I would like her to do is just kind of just describe what she does and what her people do to help ensure that the district manages its risk. Ashley.
I think Larry wanted to make sure he spoke first before I started talking about insurance because of the usual reaction when people hear insurance. Right now, we have 6 full-time employees that are paid by Risk. However, one of those employees is a full-time payroll specialist, and her entire function is to pay and handle the district's workers' compensation payments and those type of related benefits. So that is all that person does. We actually have 5 people in the department, myself, a work comp supervisor, an unemployment specialist who handles all of the district's unemployment claims, and I can tell you that in the past year his workload has probably tripled. He is the only person in the district who does that, and he also helps me on liability and property matters as well. We also have a risk management technician who handles the processing of our incoming claims, and we finally have our administrative aide, which we have been without for some time. Our primary expenditures, as Larry mentioned, are non-discretionary for the most part and somewhat fixed. They are also based on marketplace. We have all of our insurance premiums, which I've listed for you. What I can tell you generally, the numbers are there for what we've paid this year. We had a very good renewal year. Our premiums went down in workers' compensation, excess liability. Property went up slightly, even though our total insured values went up a little bit. We also handle the medical malpractice premiums for the nursing and wellness division. Although they pay it out of their budget, we assist them with that. Crime and employee fidelity insurance, which stayed rather flat. We handle all of the district's claims using our third-party administrators because of the specialized nature of the claims as well as the number of them. We have contractors that we pay separately to handle our liability claims, our work comp claims, return to work program, medical provider network. And on all of these claims now, there are new Medicare reporting protocols that they assist us with. We also have an adjuster for our property claims. The good thing about the property adjuster, when we don't have large claims, we don't use him. We had a very good year this past year. We don't see him very much. He calls every once in a while to make sure the phones are working. I've also listed just a sampling of the number of claims. I will tell you that our biggest challenge as a district are managing our workers' compensation claims. They continue to go up. The costs go up because of our medical costs. That is nationwide, and we're always looking for ways to try and get those costs under control. Our liability claims, as you can see, there are the numbers of the claims. I will point out, it doesn't look like we've had very many claims in this new fiscal year. We're only 2 months in, and also it's been the slowest month because our sites and our schools have been closed. But we've had very good results. I hate to say this, but in all honesty, I have to tell you we have a number of very large claims and some lawsuits that are sitting out there. We have reported 6 of them to our excess carriers. The way our excess insurance program works is that once we spend more than $150,000 for covered claims, we are entitled to get reimbursement. But we do pay and then we recover. And so we work closely with legal. The claims payments under liability and under work comp, you will see that we also retain defense counsel through legal, which we monitor independently. And we track the amounts that we pay for our defense counsel for work comp and liability. And you'll notice we pay a lot more for liability defense counsel than work comp, because it's less formal, although the scope is a lot greater. All of our funds, our self-insurance funds, we have an annual actuarial study, and he makes recommendations to finance on how much should be transferred into those funds so that we can maintain a 75% confidence level, which is the board policy. We also have periodic claims audits when required by our risk pools. We are in 2 statewide risk pools for our insurance. We've been working understaffed for a couple of years. We now are almost full staffed, and since safety has moved over to PPO, I'm in the process of reevaluating our staffing to see how we can be more effective.
Could you just comment on the return to work numbers? Why do those numbers fluctuate like they do?
Well, the return to work program, it is our goal to get our employees back to work. And they simply fluctuate depending on the nature of the injury, the type of claim, and sometimes we don't have places to place people. We try very hard to get people into comparable positions or positions close to their home, and we're usually very successful. Most of this position is run through our York contact, and our work comp supervisor does coordinate those activities. But it is our goal to get everyone back to work that we can get back to work.
So this number 2, does that mean that there are 2 people that we have not been able to get back to work? On the 7111 budgeted, this one here.
I can't really tell you. I'm not sure what that number means, to be honest. I didn't generate this report.
Yeah, this came from Diane right out of PeopleSoft, so it's a fluctuate. The only reason I brought that to you is it's a fluctuating number depending on the people at any given point. That may have been a month ago. That may have been 2 months ago.
We pay them out of our cost center while employees are in the return to work program, and typically we have more than these numbers in the program during the summer months. Things do slow down. Typically,
you can see those are the numbers here.
Yes, we usually have a lot more people. There are some times when we can't place people, or when employees do not choose to go into the program for one reason or another. We don't force people to go into the program. It is an option, though, that we present them, and most people do want to go back to work. But I can't explain that specific number.
Okay, so that might be a question to be addressed in the follow-up.
Right. We can do that.
What's your budget for risk management? Not the total payments to outside counsel, but what is your staff budget for risk management?
Staff budget should be on this chart.
That's the 455.
The 455,029.
Plus 191 for
benefits and things.
Where's that?
So on the 11-12 budget, the other funds, 6.3 FTE, 455 plus the benefits.
Correct.
And then books and supplies, so...
Books and supplies, to be honest, I think is a little bit high, and I think that was based on when safety was part of risk management, because they often had to do a lot of printing, and I actually circled that on my copy today to look at that with our analysts.
But this is, after all, this is budget. These are in actuals. Right. So then if I look at the total department, on the sheet in front of us, you have 11, 12, you have general fund 9.7.
Once again, those FTE are not accurate because they reflect the return to work people that are. Remember what they did, as I understand what finance did for this piece of paper that's up there on the board. They pushed 4 cost centers together. So under my division, because of the return to work cost center, the one that's in here, the one I pointed out to you here, this number fluctuates. So actually, the general fund number on that should be 8 FTE because there's 2 FTE coming out of Prop S, which will be funded from Prop S. It's not reflected on this. It's just not. It's the more accurate number is what comes out of PeopleSoft, which is what I handed out.
This is a budget.
Understand that.
And we have, John, you were asking about what other cities do in various departments. I have a legal services budget in here, which doesn't include risk management, so I assume it's somewhere else in this document, somewhere. And it only has $2 million, 2.2.
Yeah. I think, Larry, I think you're confusing things.
No, I think I have 4 different pieces of paper, and there's not one spot. We need to do better in making this clear. If someone asks me how much do we spend on legal services or risk management, I don't know what the answer to give them. I see $2 million in salary benefits here in the general fund, but I see a total of $9 million, which is what the UT put in the newspaper, or they put $8 million or whatever. And then I see. So this is not helping. This is not helping to make clear understanding of where we spend our money. So why are we doing this? This is very frustrating. Because
wasn't it you that wanted to have the budget workshop?
No, I want to have real numbers, and I don't know what they are.
Yeah,
I think we need to.
These are real numbers.
Well,
it's not split out.
Well, but I don't know what it means when you have 4 different sources, and we're saying, well, is it budget? I understand different and actual. So this whole exercise is not helping so far.
I would to comment on that, Superintendent. I think that so far,
I'd rather continue this to a day. If this is going to be the way it's going to be the rest of the afternoon, because this is making it, I think, more confusing for the public and for me, who has to make a budget decision. I don't know. This should be simple.
Okay, and I was just going to make the comment that of the 3 presentations, I think we have a pretty clear understanding of internal audit, how many people are working there, and how much is being spent, right? And in the other 2, we're confused. Is that accurate for you, Mr. Barnett? Okay. So we need, I think we need to go ahead and see what we can get from the other departments. And on the first and the third presentations, we just need to have a follow-up, really concise, layman's terms. This is what we're spending, and this is what we're spending it on.
When I understand part of the problem is structural. Of our systems, our structures, I understand that. But we still need to be able to make decisions, and if we can't make and if the problem's structural, we need to be able to make. And this is not helping.
So, for instance, and so I understand part of your frustration. I'm looking at what you did here, which is wonderful because it answers the questions. But we didn't go through this, and I guess we have to submit our questions back to you. Your talking points here. Mm-hmm. So under, C, where we would monitor and track expenditures, you said monthly review of outside billing to compare it, constant contact with outside counsel regarding billing strategy. And so my question to you would be, are you doing something similar to what happened with the Prop S a year or so ago, where Markey went back out and said, you're charging this much, but the district is only going to pay you this much.
Yes.
And if you want to continue doing billing with the district, then you're going to have to agree to this amount of money. And they agreed. So you're saying so that would be helpful for the board to know that, because then we understand the cost savings that is occurring. Okay, I was just hearing that happen. So, but the other board members don't know that they actually said to them, "We're in a budget deficit. We need you to partner with us. This is the amount that we can pay. Are you willing to work with us?" And they said yes, and that showed that the people that were working with us willing to adjust their payments as well. And so, because my questions would be around your comments and answer the questions that you were given, and to how, what are the specifics. You gave us the general answers, but what is the specifics that rest of this? Okay.
I have 6 attorneys in my department, including me, and every one of us go through the bills every month that comes from outside counsel to review whether appropriate billing is done or not. If we have issues, we raise them with outside counsel and ask for reductions. I don't have numbers in front of me of how often that happens. I personally have done it a couple of times since I've been here in 5 months. I'm sure my staff folks have done quite a few more because they have more of the direct connection with outside counsel. As far as controlling other costs, unfortunately, the legal department and the risk management department exist simply to accept and defend claims. The only way to really control that is, 1, more training, which our department does to whatever extent we're available to the principals and the other folks. And 2, to be perfectly candid with you, your staff has been reduced over the last 4 or 5 years. The less staff you have, the more liability you're going to have. Simple as that.
And let me just close with this last question. Your answer to the last question, and I'm sorry, audience, I'm basing these on the 5 questions 6 questions that the staff was given, and the last one says, if you were asked to reduce it 10% in the 12-13 year, the impact to our department, what would it be? And I just think that all your answers are very general. And I think that for those coming behind you and in the future, it needs to be more specific. Because you say, and people said earlier, the delay in certain things. But I think that you need to try to educate us as to what that means. So, for instance, and I'm not saying this is true, but if we look at the risk people here and the workman's comp, it looked like last year we paid $11 million in workman's comp. Okay? So, one of the things that might increase in your department or even in our district is the amount of workman comp due to stress or other related injuries because of significant staff cuts. So if cuts are occurring in certain departments, what is the chance that we're going to get an increased amount of workman's comp for that department? I'm not saying you have to answer that question, but that's what kind of helps us. And I think in the long run, in making the big decision, and so if you say, and we just take maybe maintenance people, if certain types of maintenance, if it gets below a certain level, and we should have 10, but we say we're going to cut it down to 5, we cut it in half, and then you say, well, guess what? Based upon that, you're going to see a very large increase in workers' comp, and the amount in workers' comp might be more than it costs for those original salaries. That would be very helpful to the board in making decisions, because $11 million in work, $11.5 million just about, is a lot of money.
It is a very lot of money. I think you heard me. I said that's a very lot of money, and that would be very helpful. And I think what you're saying is absolutely true.
I'd like to just tag on to that question, basically, which is one of the things I understand a little bit about in all this is workers' comp. And looking at that $11.5 million figure, to have some sort of analysis in terms of what kinds of things could be done to reduce that amount. There are things about prevention, early intervention, and again, I think it's useful to have some sort of a comparison with other organizations in terms of their workers' comp costs. But I think there's the advantage in this particular fund is that we are self-insured, and being self-insured makes an even greater self-interest, among other reasons, financially and otherwise, to do a better job on that. So.
We do part of, and this could be a whole other meeting.
Right.
I was going to say, we're talking 3 or 4 hour presentation.
Right. So I'm just saying, all I'm saying, I understand there's a lot of details. Yeah. Just that is something that we would really want to look at in terms of what can we do about that $11.5 million. Just leave it at that.
But specifically, as far as cutting 10% of the legal services department, that's one lawyer. And you have one less lawyer representing you. What happens then, though, is as the claims come in or the claims that are made, if we decide, well, one thinks you have to defend the claim or not, I suppose. Obviously, we try and resolve most claims as they come in. But as the claims come in, we then go to outside counsel, and instead of the salaried employee, you're paying about our going rate for outside counsel is somewhere between $220 and $260 an hour, depending on the expertise of the lawyer. Mm-hmm. Those, as we all know, those legal bills are very significant. I have to say, having come here 5 months ago, I was actually very impressed with this district to have the staff that it has for legal services. You're being well served. Some districts are not.
Okay, so any more information on that fund would be helpful.
One last point on the $11 million. Mm-hmm. That's not only for claims that occurred last year. As you know, work comp claims have a very long tail. So that was all of our work comp payments.
It was what paid out last year.
Paid out. That's
just
not
like
only,
the amount
that's not
year.
only for last year's claims.
Right, just like the amount for this year.
It's just an overview of what we paid last year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I just want to, I know that we handed out a number of pieces of paper that may have sounded confusing. I think we just need to separate between the general fund and the other funds like 67. The takeaway I would think you'd want to have is it's 6 attorneys with, is it 3 confidentials? 4, okay. All of them in the general fund. And then you have risk management with 6 or 5? 5 in Fund 67 primarily. Okay.
Yes.
And
let me amend that. One attorney, 1 support staff is funded out of Prop S because we do all.
That's right.
We try and almost all litigation come out of Prop S is through our office.
So it's, and what today's been all about is these are small departments primarily, or there's technically special departments with narrow boundaries and some mandate, meant to just show you where they are and what they're doing, and obviously be clear on the numbers, and we'll work on that. The next one we want to do is the accountability office. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. And just a comment in response to what Mr. Barnett has pointed out, too. I know you have various things prepared to present, but if you could just keep in mind what information is useful as far as a board of lay persons understanding what the department does and how the money is spent.
Well, good afternoon. I hope we'll try to stay to that agenda this afternoon. You have 2 documents that we'll be using. One is a PowerPoint presentation, and the other is the worksheet that the Finance Division has provided. So those are the only 2 documents I'll be referencing as we move forward. So just want to, again, as Dr. Evans said, start with a little overview of the work that is charged in the Office of Accountability. And in that, I have provided a org chart for our division. And as you can see, we have 4 departments, and I will talk briefly about the responsibilities for each of those departments. Representing those departments are the managers or directors here today, so I'm going to go through them, I guess, in somewhat alphabetical order. First is Assessment Services, and we have our director, Aaron Gordon, on the end. And then we have Performance Management and Evaluation, and that's Dina Polakar as the director. Monitoring and accountability reporting, Vicki Henton is the program manager there. And then Dr. Peter Bell is not here today, but representing research and reporting is one of our educational research specialists, Leah Balaam. So first, going to go through the Assessment Service Department, and as you probably know, this is the department that conducts all of the coordination and processing of our state and federal and district assessments. So federal is the NAEP testing, state we know is the STAR testing, CELT, CASE, etc. And then we also have our district assessments, primarily our benchmark assessments, also some end-of-course exams. So that's a huge logistical effort that takes a lot of coordination multiple times per year. As you know, we have 2 calendars in the district, both the traditional calendar and the year-round calendar. So there's duplication of effort multiple times, and then we have our benchmark exams that are administered at least 3 times a year, in some cases 4. So there's a huge coordination effort that is required to make sure that those test materials are processed appropriately, the security is maintained at each cycle. That department also provides training to our site test coordinators and principals. And particularly important for our state exams, which we know are very high stakes, and if breaches in protocol occur, it can very negatively affect a school's accountability results. And there can also be penalties if we need to correct some errors that occur. The department also collaborates with the Office of Language Acquisition, for example, for the CELT testing for our English learners. That is a one-on-one test, and there's very specific requirements for how that test is administered, and so that's why there's collaboration there also with special ed on a couple of our alternative assessments there as well. As I mentioned, it's really key that we maintain test security with our secured assessments, and therefore there's considerable training ahead of time for sites to know what is appropriate test preparation. There's certain rules that must be followed about what types of questions you can use and how you can use them. And there's also very strict rules about how tests are handled at sites. They must be locked away, of course, and who can see them. All of those are very strict requirements that require very specific training to our test coordinators and principals. And then should there ever be a breach in the test protocols, and if it's reported to us, then this department does the investigations to determine whether or not there was actually a breach that warrants some notification to the Department of Education, and if that happens, we get determinations from them. So we've had a few of those in the past year. Fortunately, this past year with the training that happened, we know that there were none that had real serious negative accountability connotations for any of our districts. It was generally 1 or 2 students, and these were occurrences where it was just an oversight or some it was nothing intentional that our sites did. And as you can see here, there are 10 classified staff in the department, and I won't go through the list there, but just to let you know that that's what's there. We also have our monitoring and accountability reporting department, and this is the site that works mostly on categorical program compliance.
Excuse me, Dr. Roddy. I think in terms of maintaining the board following what's going on, we have the written material here, and I know you want to be thorough, but rather than going through line by line, if you could just make, we can look it over and make like the key points that we're whole interest. Basically, right, what we're looking for, that's a very good point, Ms. Jackson. We're looking for the answers to those questions. So I think you want us to flip through these as you're talking about them, but I don't think we need to go over every line of what's in here.
Page 8, I think.
Thank you for accommodating.
So then just very briefly, this department works with our schools on completing their SPSAs, working on their SSCs, and then the WASC accreditation does the federal and state compliance monitoring. We had a very successful visit this past year with very few findings. So that's just very briefly what's happening there. Performance management and evaluation, looking at evaluation of district policies and procedures. One of the key things that this department does is provide support for data director. We have only one trainer or support person on our staff who tries to provide support to all of our schools across 180 some sites. We do supplement that with some backup support at times, but this is the only person who is providing that unique support. And we also provide support to other departments in some of the services that they need. For example, the PBIS program, we design their scan sheets for their surveys. Otherwise, they would have to outsource that type of service. The Research and Reporting Department is our data go-to department. So any type of data reports that you could probably name, this department related to student assessments and demographics, this is the department that conducts those sorts of analyses and reporting. And a huge part of their work is mandated reporting. So the CalPADs, the CBEDs, the Office for Civil Rights, OCR, and I could go on and name a whole bunch more acronyms, but all of those are mandated reporting assignments that are required. The site also, or the department also maintains a very extensive web page that provides a wealth of reports, particularly one that's called My School. I think that puts a lot of different types of reports together, one place for schools to get different types of work. So I'm not clipping up here.
I can do that for you.
I'll try to. There you go. And then we have the branch office, and I won't go through. There's a lot of oversight there, of course, and supporting other strategic initiatives across the district. Okay. One of the questions about priorities, and these are kind of collapsed across all of the departments. And the first one we have are the mandates and the compliance issues that our department is charged to monitor. So again, I mentioned CalPADS reporting, CBEDS reporting. We have program improvement mandated reporting. Parent notifications have to go out for both school program improvement, for district program improvement. So we observe those mandates as a top priority. We also try to prioritize service to our sites, so talking about the data director support there. Anytime the questions come in, we prioritize getting responses out to sites as quickly as possible. We have various agreements or contracts, sometimes with grants that have reporting deadlines, and so we have to maintain compliance with those as well. And we have district and board priorities as well. So we have the A to G work, for example. We have support to the AAAE Blueprint Task Force. So all of those priorities that the district has, we have to work those in as well. And then at the bottom of the priority list is ad hoc requests. And so these are the ones that we try to serve as quickly as possible, but given resources, those are the ones that need to be at the bottom. So now I'm going to turn to a very high-level look at the budget, and this came right off the budget worksheet that is also part of the documentation that was provided to you. So as you can see, in the past 2 years, our budget has declined by about 30%, by $1.9 million almost.
Is that just in general fund unrestricted?
This is both.
The total income to the department, even? Okay.
Yes. And as you can see, we've declined by 10 FTEs over those 2 years, a 22% reduction. But our department's a bit anomalous from the district average, and we talk about 90% of funds are allocated for personnel. We were down about 78%, and I'll get into a little bit of that as we look perhaps at the worksheet. Primarily, the reason for that is some of the testing programs we operate, so we have to order or provide the test materials to sites for our district benchmark exams. There's a huge component in there for mandated notifications, so we have to pay postage and processing for the Casey letters, for STAR notifications. Every parent receives a notification about their child's results. That's probably about $45,000 by itself. There's various cycles of Casey notifications, so you have to notify parents that their child is eligible for testing, and then when we receive the results, we also have to provide the results to them via mail, so there's a lot of costs there. And then, as I mentioned, for program improvement, we are required to send out letters to each of the schools as well. So That's why the percentage of our budget is higher than the district average relative to the personnel costs. One other thing you may notice, we don't have it up here right now, is the worksheet. There seems to be a rather large increase in books and supplies, and I just want to mention that this is kind of a timing issue. Remember that prior years is expenditures. What you're looking at for 11-12 is the budget, and at some point some of those dollars in books and supplies will be expensed for some of that postage, for some of those test materials, so therefore it's going to line up a little bit differently when we actually do the expenses. Oops. So budget challenges. Over the past few years, we have eliminated some of our district screening and diagnostic assessments. So you may remember we used to give the Gates-McGinnity reading test, for example. We no longer do that. We have had a request to provide additional benchmark or end-of-course exams in other subjects. Some people would rather we don't, but other people have requested that we do, so we certainly have no capacity to do that. We have lack of data to effectively implement some of our other initiatives. So if you look at the response to intervention and instruction, we took away some of those screening assessments that sites could be using to inform that process. And so all these are dominoes that affect that. We have conducted very few program evaluations. We have decimated the number of educational research specialists in that department, so we've been focusing on, again, the service to sites, so providing support for data director and those sorts of things. We have found that we have a reduced ability to collaborate with others. So as cuts happen in other departments and at school sites, that affects us as well. Part of our CBEDS reporting requirements involves work with HR, for example, and so as their staffing is reduced, it affects our ability to get data and to work with them in a timely way as well. And overall, we know we're going to see potential impacts to the quality of data. If we have fewer people providing data and we have compressed timelines, you just run out of time at some times, and you don't have the thoroughness you might necessarily be able to approach it with more staffing. And then if we look at cost efficiencies, some of these are generic things that all of us probably do, that we certainly use district resources where possible. For example, some of our mailings, if we can, we certainly use our own print shop and mailroom to send out those parent notifications. In many cases, the volume and the time frame that those must go out necessitates going to outside contractors. And, of course, then we use the lowest bidders. We have brought a number of processes in-house where it makes sense. So we used to contract for fitnessgram testing. Costs us about $30,000 a year. We now do that in-house. We know there's a cost savings there. But the other added benefit is that we get the data much more quickly. We didn't used to get it until the end of June. Now we can get it in April, which means our high schools get those data more quickly, and that's key for building master schedules because there's new requirements about students not passing the fitnessgram who have to take PE classes. And so, again, there's a side benefit to doing that. And as I mentioned, we provide services to other departments. The Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports program has a number of surveys. We have a staff member who's trained to develop those particular survey instruments, and we process all of those. Otherwise, again, it would have to be something that was outsourced, and the cost would be higher. And then the other thing we are always trying to do is to automate processes whenever possible. With CalPADS reporting, for example, it was a bit of an unknown over the past year or two, but now that we've done it a while, we understand some of the processes, so we're reducing the hourly employees we had who were trying to clean up the data as we went along, and now we're looking at automated ways to do that. And then also looking at cost effectiveness. It's sometimes a challenge to think about that in the type of work that we do. But we are looking at as maximizing reimbursement for state assessments. We get about almost $500,000 a year. if we did not dedicate the time and resources that we do to that, there would be errors, there would be problems with it, and the state would not refund us the amount of money that we get. We also look for cost avoidance. So if we do not process the state test correctly, we would be charged for any required rescoring of tests. So if even one student's test is put in the wrong place in the materials, I think the publisher charges about $480, $450, just to score one test. And that would also mean that one parent would not get a report for that student. So that's why we invest a lot of care to make sure that we're doing things correctly as we proceed. We also monitor using categorical funds correctly, and I think as the finance team mentioned, if we do not do that, it's potentially possible we could have to repay finance or categorical fund expenditures out of the general fund to make up for any inappropriate spending. We're trying to build capacity for staff to be self-sufficient, so with Data Director, that's one key example of that. And I've want to mention one thing here about increasing efficiency. One example is the gate department used to spend a lot of man hours on their gate testing and processing the scores. With the work of Dina, we have automated that process for them. It's now used partly with Data Director, and it's all scored, so they don't have to go through the manual process anymore. And those are the types of things we are constantly looking for. And accuracy of data as well.
So we still do gate testing?
Yes.
Good. Okay. For the record. As you know, we get that question a lot.
Moving on to programmatic differences in 2012. We have reduced staffing, and this obviously can result in delays in responding to all types of requests. CalPads, we know, will have more cycles of reporting this year, so that's why we're looking for those efficiencies. We have more schools in program improvement, which means a couple of things. We have additional costs to send out notification letters. We also have more schools that have to write their Year 4 restructuring plans, so that's going to require more staff time. And we have fewer staff out in at our schools, and this means that the work that we did behind to try to clean it up will potentially be increased if we're going to maintain the level of accuracy that we had before. We already talked with some schools, and they're trying to determine who their test coordinator is going to be because they've had reduced staffing, and that means the training we did in the past is going to have to be improved or at least expanded because we have new people there.
So since we don't have any more time really left,
I think we have 3 minutes.
Well, but that includes our questions and so forth. So if you would just on the next 2 pages, just your top 2 points. There's several listed there.
The impacts to if we were to cut further, we would have to further reduce any ad hoc work that we do because we have so many mandates and compliance issues we address. We would potentially have a lack of support to schools. There would be longer time frames to get responses. And I think we would likely have more incidences of testing problems. We would have potentially more issues with test or accountability issues at schools. Students would not be tested properly. Therefore, we could have results for APR, AYP determinations. So those are kind of a couple of general ones.
Let me just one thing quickly to start, and then, which is basically the issue of unrestricted versus restricted. I mean, the top priority is meeting mandates and compliance and so forth. Is there the possibility in this department of more of this budget being taken up on the restricted side, since so many of the things that we're doing are in compliance to federal and state laws? That there's a pretty big chunk of general fund unrestricted. I realize there's some initiatives that are locally generated, but
we've taken a pretty close look at this past year, and I think we tried to move anything that was permissible into restricted where we could. And I can ask the finance team to look at that again, but we took a pretty close look at it this year.
Okay, so I guess the question that you could answer on paper later on would be. All the positions that are not covered by positions and expenses that are not covered by restricted, what are they and why can't they in some way be covered by restricted?
Some of the state testing are in unrestricted, but because of their state mandates, we still have to perform those functions.
So they require us to do it, but we can't use restricted funds.
Right.
Well, that's the kind of information in there.
I think to help us better, you should compare apples to apples. And your department was just formulated in 2010, was the first year that we actually had your department. Okay, and so by my calculations, without a calculator, try to use that one very quickly. But your budget, overall budget in 2010, I know you gave us the 910 version, but we should use the 2010, was $4.4 million. Okay, if I added that correctly, I think I did.
That's the 10-11 budget?
That is 10-11.
Right.
Okay, and then your budget for the 11-12 is 4.5 total. So you only have about a $30,000 difference. I mean, I say that because I don't want us thinking that you had this huge 30% and $1 million change when you really didn't. Okay. So then my other thing I want you to come back to us and let us know about is when you say you're helping the schools, I need to know, it would be helpful to know exactly what. When your schools are in program improvement, I know you said you have the cost of making letters and sending them out to people, but as far as the actual strategic plan, I know that, I'm saying it because I know that staff spends a lot of time at the hours working on that. And so what is your role? Are you there with them? You didn't do the typing for them? What is your role in helping them do that plan that they have to submit?
We facilitate the day-long retreats that they have.
Okay.
And we actually do the writing for the plan as well.
So that comes out of your budget, not theirs?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And it looks like
so help me there.
That you reduced positions from last year to this year by 5?
40. No, we didn't. We actually reduced by 4.
Okay, 4. You reduced 4 positions between 10-11 and 11-12.
Well, we reduced 3 positions, but then one of the positions that technically was cut, but because of some increased grant and researcher dollars, we're now funding one position out of those dollars and not from sources we had last year.
And that would be, I see, well, I don't see on here, I see general fund, unrestricted general fund reserves, but then the budget number, at least according to this sheet, is 4.5 this year and 4.4 last year. And then there's 3 less positions. And so I assume those just are increased employee costs. The net employee costs went up even though we reduced positions by 3. So that's why the costs...
A vacant position that was not included in the budget. Those are actuals.
Right. The director position in performance management and evaluation was vacant for most of last year.
Now, and I almost hate to ask you this, but do you have any idea why in the budget book it says that your budget last year was $7.1 million? Okay, that was probably a mistake.
Remember, this is actual, and that might be...
But there wasn't
to be. Well, that should. Well, it says budget. You're right. In 10-11 was 7, so we don't have actuals in this budget book for 10-11. So your actual in 9-10 was 6.4. Your actual in 10-11 was 4.4. Your budgeted in 10-11 was 7.1, and we're told not to spend it, I assume. And then, if this is correct, and then total this year budget is 4.5.
There were several issues because of the reconfiguration of the department and how different departments were merged in, and so I suspect that's the issue of why at the stage when that was developed it probably wasn't cleared up.
I think this was a better understandable presentation. I think it would be, just as a suggestion moving forward, is when you have the changes from year to year, if to break down the subsections of the departments financially will help us to understand, even though you mentioned it in general terms in here, it will help understand the financial and staff hit in each of these different areas. So maybe coming back, but I think this was this made more sense.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. You're right. Tell the story. Tell why you went up or down, expanded or contracted. And that's part of the problem when trying to go back 3 or 4 years. We reorganized so often that it would, it makes me dizzy thinking about it. I know it would for you all. But, I think at the end of the day, saying that, we're about 35 people today, roughly. You've come through some decline because of different cuts. There were different colors of money involved. You're primarily focused on the testing and assessment, but the ad hoc ability has gone away. Some of the local things have gone away. The McGinty one has gone away. A large amount of your funding is in the paperwork processing. We can't get out of the fact we spend way too much money on paper and postage, because there is no authorized alternative from the state to go email or electronic transmission. There's probably a legislative issue we ought to go after, to get in the electronic world on many fronts in terms of state or federal mandate. But just telling the story. You worked hard at this. I think the board probably understood it more.
Yeah, and it's helpful because then also for the public and the board sees when you've made these cuts, what aren't you doing? You gave us the general terms, but what the real impact was in losing X number of employees and X number of dollars helps us paint the picture and understand this. So this was definitely, so far.
Right. And to tag on to what Mr. Koba was saying, because this is across departments, this issue of postage and paper, if it's presented to us, this is how much we're spending on postage and paper and time and so forth. That is kind of a motivator to get some legislation that would, so that parents we could have a whole list of parents that opt out of snail mail and go into email, and we just save all that money. So, but we need to have that presented to us so that we can push it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just find out one question of why it's $7.1 million. Yeah. And I assume it was just you were told to spend it.
Page 60, budget book.
Right.
I wrote that.
An answer for that in writing.
If you got any questions as you come through, let me know.
Okay.
I'll track some of those for you.
You're writing it. Welcome. Oh, Monica's here. Hi, Monica.
Good afternoon, members of the board. District Relations is reporting for duty. I have my department heads with me this morning.
I think you need the microphone, even though your voice is fine.
You have to kind of put both on at the same time. It's very weird.
The one, both yours and the one next to you also, and that way it will work.
Push a button? Oh, there it works. Okay.
Is mine on?
Leave both of them on. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to provide a brief overview of the District Relations Department, some of the changes, and then I'm going to ask each one of my department heads to spend about 2 minutes and highlight the aspects of their budget that's in the spreadsheet. First of all, our priorities are to overall to provide information and support to the schools and to provide information to the public and to the board about the operations of the district. As the Chief of Staff and Chief of District Relations, that really is a combination of two positions that have existed in the district in the past. And in my area, we actually reduced by combining those positions and giving me the second job of Chief of Staff. We reduced one confidential assistant position, and there's one other position directly reporting to me, and that's the grants officer. That position, instead of creating a separate department, just as a position in the district relations budget. So the departments that report to me are communications, parent engagement, government relations, translations, and a department which we closed this year was community relations that used to report to me. In the past, I've had police, which when we combined functions is now under Mr. Stover, and race relations, which is now under Sid Salazar, but those don't show up on your spreadsheet, but the community relations reduction does. Our Our challenges, of course, are doing all the information work and the services that we provide with a limited amount of staff. If we were to look at a 10% reduction, which is one of the questions that was asked of us, it really we're all staff. And we would provide that cut probably by looking at an 11-month staffing situation, because many of the positions within this group are one-onlys. We have one webmaster, we have one government relations, so reducing staff loses an entire service. So we would look at something creative and maybe looking at an 11-month kind of structure if we went that way. Now let me turn it over to Linda Zintz to highlight some of the aspects of the communications budget.
I'll be brief in the interest of time. Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Koba. The Communications Department is really here to support the district and your efforts in being transparent with all of our stakeholders. And in outlining some of our major roles and responsibilities, I came up with a list that includes crisis communications, which actually came to light a week and a half ago when we had the power outage, when the communications staff reported to police services and immediately started working with the media, making sure we had messages to go out to parents, to staff. At that time, we sent out over 400,000 ConnectEd calls to staff and parents. It was an emergency situation. We also dispersed 250,000 emails, keeping them up to date as to the fact that school was closing and when it would reopen. We also often are involved in school site incidences, whether it's a mercury spill at Mission Bay High School or the death of a student at another school, working with principals to give them some messaging for parents, for staff, and also working with school police and when the media is involved, which takes me to media relations. We respond reactively and proactively when it comes to the media. In our office, we probably get 6 to 7 calls or emails every day from the media and it can be about 7 different stories. We also have about 5 to 6 stories out every week in the various media channels, whether it's in the newspaper or on TV. And we can look at some of those numbers and relate that to what it is in free advertising. We assist with internal and external communications, things with regards to TDAP or the budget, looking at the ways to communicate that, whether it's through ConnectEd, the website, emails, and the various ways we have it. We do manage the district website, the content management, as well as train school sites to manage their websites. We converted to a new system a couple of years ago where we did an upgrade, so we've been working on that. We are looking at different ways to communicate with our audiences, so we have embarked upon using social media, Facebook, Twitter, which actually we saw those numbers jump during the power outage of people using that as a way to get their information. We have provided event coordination from Teacher of the Year to town hall meetings, assisting with the classified Employee of the Year, retiree events, back-to-school management meeting. We also help with the board meetings, with the televising, with the webcasts, with the audio casts. It is a member of the communications department who set up these microphones for you today. And then we also do some print and electronic publications, such as the Superintendent Friday Notes, the online employee newsletter Newsline. We have limited our print publication as much as possible, but we still have some mandates information we provide to parents through Facts for Parents. So we do still do some hard copies of that, although we have reduced those costs over the last several years from about $40,000 to $20,000. And as we have the time, we support our schools with their marketing efforts. So I'm going to jump ahead to the budgets. We now have a staff of 5.5 staff members, including myself. I also have the print shop reports to me, as well as I do have 2 communications professionals under Prop S. So you'll see 2 on the spreadsheet. You'll see 2 identified positions that are restricted, and those are under Prop S. An administrative assistant, our media relations specialist, our special projects person who works on the events, a webmaster, and then the 0.5 FTE multimedia specialist. How we've dealt with some of these cutbacks in staff is we've streamlined our processes using the technology. We also have done some cross-training where most of us know how to work on the website so we can post things. There are several of us who manage the media. We work together on a lot of the events, so we're pretty self-sufficient in terms of being cross-trained.
Flow to the spreadsheet.
Communications is right under district relations, the second area on the spreadsheet, and the 5.5 FTE is what Linda just mentioned.
Yeah.
And the 2.0 over under other funds, and that's Prop S.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to parent engagement.
I just wanted to point out one thing. Under the services and operating costs, you'll see $383,000 of that. $362,000 of that is our contract with Blackboard Connect, which is manages our web-based electronic communication, so the automated phone calls and the emails. So
that's our annual contract.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to go on to parent engagement. Elnita Shannon is here. B. Fernandez is the director of that department, and she was unable to be here today, but Elnita knows it also.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of the parent engagement department is actually to provide parents, caretakers, staff, and the community the research-based development to implement effective programs and activities that promote family engagement as a strategy to achieve student success. And our work is aligned with the district's visions and initiatives, including community-based school reform model, as well as the African American Association of Educators blueprint recommendations, and the Career Ready and College Preparatory, which formerly was called the A through G Task Force. So our services and the information that we provide is aligned directly with those initiatives. Also, we assist the district to meet all the federal and state requirements for parental involvement. That includes Title I, which is the parent involvement part of that, which used to be called No Child Left Behind, but now it's the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. The Title III, which I believe is ESL, and the Title VII Indian Education is also part of the Parent Outreach and Engagement Department. And if you follow along with the handout, the PowerPoint, you'll see that I list several of our programs and services. And I can go through each one of those if you like, or just highlight a couple. Just highlight? Yeah, let me highlight. Yeah, because there's quite a few of them. We have the San Diego Parent University, of course, has been around for a very long time. We provide workshops and classes for parents at the school sites as well as at the Ballard Parent Center. We also provide child care services. One of our newest programs is Computers on the Go, where we're now teaching parents technology. We're getting them to teaching them Parent Connect. So the computer lab, we actually have a mobile computer lab that goes to the school sites as well as the lab at our Ballard Parent Center. And then as you can look through, you'll see the other services that we have in the programs. So what the staffing looks like for the Parent Outreach and Engagement Department, as you can see, we have one program manager, we have one manager, secretary, 2 resource teachers, administrative aide, which is actually grant funded as a special program, 2 community assistant twos, 1 project assistant, and a .39 child care activity leader. Then we also have hourly teachers that help us with instruction for our classes, as well as hourly child care providers that provide child care for the children while the parents are taking the classes and workshops. Our total budget is $927,234, and this is The bulk is Title I funds. There is a little bit that is TIG.
Okay, moving on, Anna Morales over here. We'll give you a quick overview of our translation department.
What I did was I created some fact sheets, and I thought that maybe that would be a good idea for you because I thought you're going to forget everything that I say.
Yeah, that'll be sent to the board.
We are mandated by the state and through Assembly Bill 680. And what happens is that we have to provide translation services for 15% of the students that attend the school and speak another language that is other than English. We're mandated to translate into Somali, Vietnamese, Tagalog, and Spanish. We have 142 schools that qualify for translation service in Spanish. 19 schools that qualify for Vietnamese, 16 for Filipino, and 1 Somali. Currently, we have 6 full-time positions in the department and 1 manager, 4 translators full-time, and 2 part-times. All our budgeted basically staff. We have $10,000 to cover the Filipino hourly translator. And we share printing services with special ed to optimize the funds that we have. We rotate the way that we buy new computers for the staff so that in a given year I buy 2 and maybe 3 years later I buy 2 more so that everybody has more or less new computers to work on. The type of services that we provide is like the written translations that we provide are the Friday notes, the blog, which is I think that we're the only district that provides a blog. Every day I translate about 5 different items for the blog in Spanish, and then it is captured in Friday notes, some of it. We do the school newsletters, the enrollment options catalog, the facts for parents, DAC, ELAC, everything, the agendas from the schools. And all this is done with 3 translators and myself. I proofread everything that goes out from the district because that way it has uniformity. We also put together a glossary that we update, and it's on a webpage. That was what we did this summer. I now manage my own webpage so that we can put the requirements, the legal requirements, and the languages provided. In regards to interpretations, those are the translators that you see with the headphones and here at the board too. When we have, on a given day, many times we have 6 interpretation services going on the same night. So what I do is I have hourly staff that covers the other areas where we only have 3 translators, 3 interpreters. So that way we can cover all the other meetings that are occurring at the same time. My staff is also utilized for emergency situations. We did the Connect Ed messages. We do the Connect Ed messages that go through district-wide so that we can provide the services for all the other people that speak other languages. And for example, the other issue is that we provide services in case of an accident. A student is injured, and then I send an interpreter to the school. Last year, for example, for some reason, we had a lot of suicidal children that spoke Vietnamese. So we got into this. We would just go and send someone immediately to deal with the issue before they were taken, and we could notify the parents before the county took the kids. Our challenges are we would like to provide more translation services for other languages. As we see that the communities come to San Diego, for example, now the Burmese, we have different needs in the community.
Okay, thank you. And to wrap it up, Monica Hinestrosa, our entire Government Relations Department, will give you a highlight of her budget.
So, Good afternoon now, I guess, board members, superintendent. In terms of government relations, the first slide is just a quick overview of the work that, in essence, I, with Bernie's assistance, do in Sacramento. We obviously, as a first priority, work on the budget, on anything that's fiscal. I'll talk a little bit later about how the department has changed as a result of budget cuts, but that has been, since I started, and remains our top priority. We also work on other issues that require statutory changes, and those we obviously see from conception, from the idea, and take them through until they become statute. So through all the committee hearings, through the drafting, working with council, both in-house and at the state level, et cetera. Another crucial component that we're, with the guidance of the board, prioritizing even more for this upcoming year is working in coalition with other large districts, other entities that have similar goals. Some of the deliverables, obviously it's hard to always quantify, but some of the things that we've done in recent years have been securing over $22 million for the district in terms of state funding. Our administrative advocacy has also seen financial dividends. Waivers that we get allow us to keep money. It also allows us to secure additional grants. We've been successful in that area and will continue that as well. And lastly, policy advocacy. There's perhaps no dollar amount that can be tied to it, but the work we're doing this year on a new AB 680, which will help keep our students safe, that we've worked with our school police, is obviously essential. The total budget is $160,000, approximately. And the real focus, like Bernie has said, with many other departments, is with human capital. That involves meeting with staff, meeting with legislators, drafting reports, sort of having those kinds of exchanges. Obviously, you see a pretty constant budget in the spreadsheet that you have before you. The real impact of the cuts that we took were actually prior to 2009-10, where we reduced the staff that we had here at the district, focused our resources in Sacramento, and with Bernie's assistance, keep that tie together. And most of the other expenses are for operating a physical office in Sacramento and then to have travel.
So that's an overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm assuming the government relations budget here does not include the augmentation that the board approved August 2nd. It's not in this budget, right? And also for the communication element, because the board directed, so that's still forthcoming. And
still working with the board office and finance to do that. That's not in here.
And to clarify what Mr. Barnett is referring to is the money that we took from the California State School Board Association and county to use that for our advocacy and communications
efforts. We'll be coming
efforts.
back to you on that.
Okay. I hate to ask you this, but I might as well be consistent. Have you read the budget book?
Put it together.
Because the numbers are inconsistent here as well, in that the budget book says your budget is $4.5 million and for this year, and obviously I think I added up to 3.65 if I added up the totals correctly.
It's my understanding that the budget book actually included race and human relations, which is now under Sid Salazar, so that's why that number, a big portion of why that number is inaccurate.
And that was the case last year then?
Right.
And then so the total for this year is 3.65, and I think last year was according to the spreadsheet, last year was 3.75. According to the budget, it was 4.7, but that would have included
race and human relations.
But it should be under the budget for actuals for last year, if it was actually under that department last year.
I believe what finance tried to do with this was present you an accurate picture, and that was not done in the budget book. But in this, we took race and human relations off the spreadsheet to give you an accurate picture because it's no longer part of district relations.
Yeah, it would make it look like they took really good cuts.
Right, and so
but the point is, if we're going to we need to just say that's what the difference was. You can't take the actuals for 10 and 11 and then just artificially take out a section because we shifted it to another area. I realize we're doing a lot of shifting throughout the budget, and it's hard to track, but we should still have. I mean, if this is an actual spreadsheet, it isn't an actual. It's not, or it's missing under your department at least. And then, of course, you have the budget book, which says a different number. This is what the public sees. And today, everything's been incorrect. This is very clear, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Because it's very clear what all of the department is doing, and I think just using as one little example, the government relations budget is a really good example of spending a little bit of money, and there are other areas too, for a very large benefit. Just to point out, the public, in terms of the cost, how much is the rent for the space that you're occupying in Sacramento?
It's a little bit over $400 a month.
Okay, spending $400 a month on our chief advocate's office in Sacramento by sharing with the LA school district. That's very frugal use of funds for a big gain.
No, we agree with that part, but when you start looking at services and the amount of services are going up, those are, and I didn't want to say anything now because I think that you're doing a great job, but when you do it bit by bit, and then you have all these departments that are getting a little $10,000 here, $10,000 there, and I say to people, we have 200 schools. If we all give them $10,000, then we find ourselves in a huge hole.
You're talking about the $16,000 versus the $24,000.
Exactly. So you have to be careful about those kinds of things.
Could you comment on what has made that go up, just since that's a quick question?
I believe if you're referring to the government relations, one of the things that we do is we budget for travel, and that's in the services area, and we try very hard not to use it. So we have it budgeted. We don't know what's going to occur during the year, how many times we'll need Monica down here, and how many times I will need to be in Sacramento. And so
that's
try.
That's the basic difference between the
and so it's a difference between budgeted and actual, and we try very hard to come in below, to have the actuals on those services lines come in below, so that there is money left. But it is budgeted so that if we're needed for advocacy purposes, we have the money budgeted.
Okay, thank you very much. Got a couple of more presentations.
Good night, nurse. Can you make it any smaller?
Oh, it is reduced.
It is reduced. This is IT. You did this on purpose, right, Daryl? It is so small.
Our communications department is correcting the microphone problem now.
They're gone now.
Okay, we have 30 minutes listed for this presentation, but I think we're going to need to do it in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you could kind of highlight some of the areas, with the main idea of us understanding what's going on. Yes.
Is that on?
Yeah.
Okay. We do have a PowerPoint that we will provide you through Cheryl after this that'll cover some of the numbers. So we didn't realize we had to bring this today. So we're covering the Integrated Technology Support Services Department, and that includes three areas, really: our IT department, our Educational Technology Department, and our attendance office. And with me today I have Barbara Allen, who's the Director of Educational Technology, and Crystal Kavanaugh, who is the Program Manager of our attendance department. One of the things I want to point out we'll start with the IT department, just going over the detail of the budget, is 9 of the 113 FTE that are in IT, 9 of those FTE are actually distributed out to, as analysts, out to our finance, our HR, our payroll, procurement offices. These are folks that actually work in those areas, and they were combined into IT for consistency and to try to improve on some of the work that we're doing.
And again, that's one of the confusions. We went back too far. You would see we had an IT department of, I'm going to pick a number out, 50. And all of a sudden we doubled it. Well, what we tried to do over the years, we had multiple finance people out everywhere. We had multiple IT people out. And they weren't reporting to Daryl, so we didn't have a way to manage where the IT process is going. So that's some of the difficulty in trying to sort out how we streamline, centralized what we're trying to do with IT, finance, HR to lesser degrees.
So IT really, we focus on three major areas here. One is our infrastructure, our network systems, the telephone systems, the computers that both people use, and the servers that they connect to. We also provide service and support through our help desk, our computer repair team, as well as our school site tech support pool. And of course, we also maintain and support major ERP systems, including our PeopleSoft, our student information system, Zangle, which to be something else at some point, and several databases that district staff use, and many of which you heard talked about today. I just want to paint a quick scope of some of the staff in the IT department and what they support. If I focus just a little bit on our Datacom telecommunications group, there are 6 FTE focused on telecommunications that support about 11,000 phone lines in the district. They also manage all of our cellular service and our wireless broadband for our programs such as our Learning on the Go and iHigh initiative, where we provide students computers with the broadband in it. They also manage the billing for all of the district, ensuring we're getting our discounts from Federal E-Rate and California Teleconnect Fund on those bills. The other side of Datacom is really the folks that manage the network, the connectivity between the schools to the district resources and out to the internet. Those folks manage over 15,000 switches, wireless access points, and routers. Between the two, these folks also manage about 4,000 work requests a year on top of keeping all of those things going. Looking at just the...
You're still talking about the 6 FTE?
Yeah, this is 6 in telecom and 6 in Datacom, so that's 12 altogether. In just in interest of time, I don't think I'll get to go through all of them, but I'll try to highlight a few that just to give you a scope, and we'll make sure they're all in here. Looking at our computer support numbers, we have 6 computer repair technicians. These folks mainly support and repair computers for our back-end office applications. So everything from the computers teachers use to take attendance in the classroom, the office systems, the computers in the school offices, as well as computers at PPO and in the Ed Center here. They maintain and manage all of those. There's about 15,000 of those computers. We have a ratio about 1 tech to every 2,500 computers in that category. Looking at how we support instructional computers, we have that network systems tech pool that mainly focuses on elementary and middle schools, but also helps roll out I-21 at all of the schools, including high schools. They have over 78,000 devices, and the ratio for them is about 1 tech to every 3,900 devices or computers. In taking a look at our help desk, all of the support requests that we get through IT come in through our help desk center. We have 13 FTE that are there to answer calls, enter tickets, and also troubleshoot. Last year they managed over 42,000 calls, and they do a lot more than just enter the ticket. A lot of these calls are handled by their expertise and ability to help solve the problem on the phone the first time. We also provide training through this department. We have 4 FTE allocated to train on Zangle, PeopleSoft, the site-based budgeting tool, SchoolWires, which is our district's website, and many other applications that we're asked to help the departments train on. Last year they offered 144 sessions to classified and administrative staff. And I think just the last area of just kind of giving you all the scope of IT, we do have a computer operations team and system analysts that work in our data center and our back end, which consists of 14 FTE. This staff really focuses on making sure all of our systems are backed up onto tape. They manage over 17,000 user accounts for the district. We manage over 1.75 terabytes of data. That's how much people are storing back on our systems, every year. These folks also keep 380 file servers running that are distributed not only in our data center but out at school sites. just to give you a focus on that. And then the last area is our applications team. These are the folks that support PeopleSoft, the business intelligence system, and Zangle. There are 18 FTE involved in this area, and they, again, are doing everything from helping schools use these systems to applying the appropriate software updates and enhancements to the systems, as well as making sure they're performing correctly. So if we take a look at how we prioritize our allocation of resources, we're really focused on our Operation Expectation 8 for technology, as well as the goals for student achievement to 2.6. I want to kind of just break down the major components of my budget. 49% of the budget goes towards staff. And those are for the services that we talked about, maintaining the systems, development, as well as keeping the network up and running. There's a big number in here that's not at staff, nor is it to my supplies budget. 41% of the budget goes to global items. These are items that are really cost out of my control. They are for our district's utility, for telecommunications, that phone lines that I told you about, as well as the wide area connections. That's about $4.5 million right there. And then there's all the software that we maintain. PeopleSoft, the Orbit system, Data Director, the license for that comes out of my budget. It's $549,000 to give you an example. So again, 41% of my budget, or $8.7 million, is going towards these fixed items. And I tell you these are fixed, and there's also another issue with these. They have typically cost increases that are built into some of these agreements. So not only can I not go to them and say I'd like to pay less next year, they're going to send us a bill that's higher. The remaining 10% is of my budget really is allocated to the repair and upkeep of all the technology that we talked about. It's about $2 million. What have been our current budget challenges? This is the one where I'd like you to shift to this page that is very small and tight to read, but I'd like to walk you back to the 9/10 actuals and take a look just from the IT, the top row. Here, you'll see that the IT actuals were $30,790,000, and then just walk you over to the 11-12 budgeted, and I'm talking about restricted and unrestricted combined, and what you'll see is we're at $21,277,000. We're really talking.
Where's that figure on here?
So if you go all the way to the 9/10 actuals all the way to the right-hand side of the page, you're looking at $30,790,000.
Okay, well, mine says
that's just the top portion. Just the top portion. I'm just going through IT right now.
Okay.
Crystal and Barbara will take.
Okay.
I just want to walk through that.
Right. Okay.
The second, 24 months over, really getting into the 11-12 budget, we're really looking at $21,277,000. We're really talking about a decrease of about $7.9 million between these 3 years, which is a good 25% difference. I think the other issue that I had already mentioned is the global cost. The fixed costs for us continue to go up, and we have to keep monitoring that. I think the real challenge here is the reduced resources. We lost a computer technician, repair tech. We lost a help desk person. We lost a network systems media tech, a operations person back in the server side. We also lost a director in our department that would have helped oversee some of these things. And so all of these things, have an impact on our ability to provide the best service possible that we need to. So I would like to just go to how do we track and monitor our expenditures. We start with meeting with each of our unit heads and reviewing what are their current budget needs, taking a look at what we can do without, what we could possibly reduce or do more efficiently. We finalize those. We also try to project our major expenditures that will occur and when they will occur throughout the year. We use the requisition system to encumber our contracts so that we know at the beginning of the year or throughout the year where our money is, and we're not getting to the end of the year and all of a sudden we don't have enough to pay for one of those major licenses. We review our expenditures both weekly and monthly. We use the online tools, and we also have a kind of an archaic binder. It looks like a checkbook, a personal checkbook for our open orders for parts and things like that. It's the fastest way we can get the data back. How do we measure our cost effectiveness? We really take a look at OE8 as the major measure for us. We look at system availability. Is PeopleSoft up and running, and can people get to it? Network uptime. Can the schools connect to us, and how often? We look at how long it takes us to fix a computer once it's been called in. It's our service level agreement numbers that we have. We also look at how well we're supporting the applications that many other departments mentioned in here, and many of those are things that are critical to meeting their mandates and their Ed Code requirements. So programmatically, what's different between 2011 and 12? Really, it's the reduction of staffing and our ability to complete some major projects on time. For us, it's the fact that we've got folks coming to us with new projects. As departments are working through their reductions, they're turning to technology to help solve some of their issues. And it's kind of increasing, demand on our team, and we're trying to work through that.
Like automating gate testing?
Yeah. There are fewer support staff for the school. The fact that we are down a help desk person means the calls are going to take longer to get answered. The computers are going to take longer to get repaired. They're starting to see that right now. If we were asked to reduce another 10% in the IT area, I think no matter what we're talking about here, it's a reduction in staffing. That number, could look like 10 or 11 people, depending on, whether you take those fixed costs out, because I think it's pretty hard for us to look at those. But I think things that would be affected potentially would be our ability to support more additions or enhancements to our business applications. We're certainly we have a lot of improvement there, and we're going to struggle on how fast we can get through that improvement. I think we're going to see a delay to important things like security requests. Typically, those have to be acted on immediately, and if we don't have the staff to get in there and make those changes, we could be a little bit vulnerable. I think, again, it's going to be changing or looking at our SLAs, our service level agreements to our customer, and saying, we can't meet these. What's the next level down we may have to step to? So those are the highlights from an IT standpoint. I'd like to pass it over to Barbara Allen to talk about EdTech, just briefly.
We really appreciate being here with you today. I know it's been a long afternoon, and we'll zip through the questions that you're asking us to focus on. The first one is, how do we prioritize our allocation of resources? And as Daryl just mentioned, our priority is based on the requirements of our operational expectations as well as the goals for student achievement. And we really focus our activities on those essential things that will help us meet those goals. What are our current budget challenges? With every other department that you've heard this afternoon, we do have our challenges. As you review our budget, please keep in mind that over 96% of our unrestricted general fund dollars are in people. On the restricted side, the budget reflects major grants that end in just 10 days. Another challenge is that the federal EETT budget that has supported us for so many years are sharply reduced this year, and they are slated for elimination next year. How do we track and monitor our expenditures? Our major expenditure is the compensation of professional development, with over 3,400 teachers involved in the program this year. With an average of over 400 participants a month, workshop and substitute pay is carefully audited to be sure funds are appropriately spent. The district's online professional development registration program, ERO, is used extensively to record participation, and each session is backed by sign-in sheets. As you know, our professional development follows the Prop S classroom completion timeline, and our budgets are regularly reviewed to ensure that we are on target with supporting those goals within that timeline. How do we measure our cost effectiveness? The impact of the program is based on evidence of a shifting instructional environment. We are looking for changes in instructional practice. We're looking for increased student engagement and involvement in the learning process. We're looking for 21st century skills being reflected in teaching and learning. And we're looking to see that teachers demonstrate an increased ability to integrate digital tools in instruction over time. What's the difference between 11 and 12 with our budget reductions? This year brought a decrease in the number of classified staff to support the Year 3 implementation, as well as we had a decrease in certificated staff that reflects a reduction in our overall support plan for I-21 teachers. If we were asked to reduce another 10%, 12-13, what would the impact to our budget, our department, and our stakeholders be? Unfortunately, as Daryl mentioned, within our own budget, the restrictions would make available would impact staffing only. This means to our stakeholders a decrease in the amount of on-site support and coaching that is really important for our I-21 teachers. It means fewer trainers that result in fewer support workshops. It means reduced support allocation to the FCC pilot program, Learning on the Go. And it means that a continuation in reduction of classified staff and the level of support to a growing program that we have. So I'm going to turn it over to Crystal Cavanaugh, who's our manager of attendance.
Thank you. I will be quick in giving you the overview of the attendance offices. Is that on now? Okay, the attendance office consists of two departments, the School Attendance Review Board, known as SARB, and Pupil Accounting. As far as prioritizing our allocation of resources, 86% of our resources are spent on staff in an effort to increase attendance and district funding. Responsibilities include providing training and support for attendance and enrollment procedures in the SARB process, analyzing attendance data and preparing reports, conducting site audits to ensure that our external audits do not result in a loss of funding, and preparing state-mandated ADA and class size reduction reports for district funding. Of the remaining 14% of the budget, 75% of that is spent on a contract with county probation for a truancy intervention officer. Specifically, that probation officer provides truancy prevention support at school sites with conducting presentations for students and parents on attendance, home visits, school visits, coordinating with outside agencies, and serving as a liaison between schools, families, law enforcement, and the truancy court, and also collaborating with police on the truancy sweeps so that he can follow up with schools and students who are involved in those sweeps. Our current budget challenge this year would be the goal of another 0.5% increase in the attendance rate with no additional staff to help schools achieve this. There's a lot of new staff. That's staff at schools that are new to the attendance duties, which requires more training for auditing purposes as well as SARB. And the challenge is getting all schools to consistently prioritize attendance for early identification.
Does every school have an attendance clerk?
It's not that so much a classification of attendance clerk, but everyone should have someone responsible for the attendance duty.
Okay, so every school has somebody that will be trained and it's in their job description duty.
Yes, somebody has to take attendance at every site. So somebody is responsible at every site for.
Right, but it's in their job description that's a part of their responsibilities then, right?
I would hope so.
Okay. And what was our attendance percent last year?
95.68.
Okay, and then how are we trending this year so far?
It's too early to tell that. We're trying to balance enrollment.
Okay, because I have some attendance numbers for for Sarah Scripps and Henry already for enrollment numbers.
We don't have our official enrollments even published. We really
till
start
October 1st.
By the third or fourth Friday.
All right.
Okay. I'm almost done. And how do we monitor tracking our expenditures? We just have the one contract for probation, which is renewed on an annual basis, and then office expenditures reviewed on a monthly basis. How do we measure our cost effectiveness? Looking at the attendance rates, which I just said we're at 95.68. That's a 5-year high at every level, elementary, middle, and high. Also keeping our consistent record of audits that do not result in a loss of funding or very minimal. The district's reduced dropout rates since dropouts start with poor attendance. And if you look at the flip side of the cost of attendance, the cost of absenteeism, if it's not addressed, last year absenteeism resulted in a $23.5 million loss of ADA funding. What's different this year, given budget reductions? The probation contract was reduced by 10%, resulting in less time to provide the truancy intervention services to sites who are increasingly relying on these services as they face their own budget issues. And if we were asked to reduce another 10% next year. Staffing is the only area available for reductions. The impact to schools would be less time for the attendance support, while schools will still be expected to raise their attendance rates. A potential decrease in attendance will result in decrease in ADA funding, less time to conduct internal audits, and also the biggest impact to the students missing out on education if their poor attendance habits aren't addressed and turned around in a timely fashion.
Okay, just if we have any really quick questions, just one question to clarify. The 9 positions, what I didn't catch, what are those?
There are 4 pupil accounting specialists, and then there are 5 staff, including myself, in the SARB area, and one of those is certificated, the other are classified.
So the 5 in the SARB area are for, let's say, attendance enforcement?
Yes, I have 2 attendance specialists, a counselor, secretary, and myself.
And pupil accounting is just managing, training, the whole attendance procedure in the entire district?
State reporting, managing, making sure that schools are following the proper attendance procedures and paper trails for auditing purposes.
They also file our P1 and P2 state reports. I mean, this is our revenue.
Right. Those are the people who do that. Okay. Mr. Beiser, do you have a question?
Well, one thing real quick. Because your staff is about 50% of your budget, if you take a 10% cut, and that goes to all staff, that's really a 20% cut in your staff.
Right.
Just want to make that clear.
Okay, no other questions. Let's move on to our one final presentation. Thank you very much. Very clear. Okay. Budget book and... Okay. Thank you. Okay, finally.
Okay, what we have, I see with a few minutes left, all we have left is the board office and the superintendent. Cheryl, do you want to reference anything in the board budget?
I provided responses to the questions. They're very general, brief overview. I'd be happy to go through it if you want me to. It's in your brown folder.
Mm-hmm. If you could maybe
expand on
for
what
the public, just briefly explain the budget.
So if you look at the budget
of
sheet...
the Board of Education.
Yes, of the Board of Education.
The state of California.
The entire Board of Education budget includes 8 full-time equivalent positions. That's the 5 board members, 1 manager, and 2 administrative assistants. The administrative assistants provide support to the 5 board members and myself for miscellaneous duties for yourself, your calendars, a wide range depending upon the board member and their request, but they provide that support. And then the other admin assistant's main responsibility is the Board of Education agendas, notices, all of the advisory committee. We're responsible for the Brown Act noticing of all of our mandated meetings. If you go down the short list there, after the positions, you've got some hourly wages, certificated and classified. Those certificated hourly wages represent when you have off-site meetings, town halls, Tiger Team, mainly the community forums, where if you have students that work that evening broadcasting or recording your meeting, they have a teacher supervising those students. So there are occasions when we have teachers at your evening meetings. The classified hourly wages are for, again, the classified staff at those off-site meetings, the drivers, delivery services, and I think I'm forgetting something here, but that's the bulk of those hourly expenses. Books and supplies include office supplies, all of the equipment, meeting room equipment here and off-site, your services and operating. The largest expense listed there does include, I think, as Mr. Evans mentioned previously, your election expenses. Every other year you have 2 or 3 board members that are up for election, or districts that need a board member to represent them. Ballot propositions would come out of that also. What I think most people don't understand when they look at that is even though the elections are every other year, expenses hit your budget every year. You prepay estimated expenses for the primary and prepay for the general election. Then they follow up with the actual bill following the election, and we pay the difference.
And who is this paid to?
The county registrar of voters.
Okay, to actually run the election.
For our portion of it. It's a proportionate share, and depending upon the total number of voters, it's a quite complex system. I couldn't fully describe it to you. They'd be happy to. I would not do it justice.
Okay.
Is there any additional information? I think it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
I could wrap up.
With the staff has done pretty well. We have 5 minutes remaining, and we have 5 minutes scheduled for Superintendent Koba to speak.
Yeah, and I would say the last element is the superintendent's direct office. It's just 3 personnel, myself and the 2 assistants I have. 96% is salary, 4% is non-salary. I should say, yeah. And the non-staff piece is the miscellaneous supplies, travel, and that goes with that. And it's shrunk over the last couple of years because there was a time when there were contracts retained in the superintendent office. For example, if you go back a couple of years, one of the outliers on the sheet is a $45,000 contract. That was an Aspen contract of about 2 years ago. So today I have no contracts. It's just purely salary and some basic supply support. What I wanted to do is try to wrap up what the board has seen today, and I know it was a little bit of a struggle because it was the first time out, and we've got some notes for feedback. But what you saw were basically the direct reports I have, with the exception of the Deputy for Academics and Deputy for Business. To frame what you heard, it is a lot of small, technically focused departments, but to do the whole budget, we needed to go through them, I think, in a paced fashion. If you were keeping score, in just narrowly looking at the general fund piece of this presentation, because the other fund stuff doesn't necessarily have a direct link to what we're trying to do and accommodate next year's general fund budget. Basically, all you saw today was 330 FTE, or barely 2% of the workforce. It is 8 departments. It's about $55 million, and overwhelmingly most of that money is either in IT or finance, just because of the 2 largest departments that you heard today, and that in terms of dollars, it wasn't quite 5% of the whole budget. But what I wanted you to see is it was a very technical, heavily people-focused, behind-the-scenes support team. So whether they're paying the bills, processing the IT, handling the benchmark assessments, or some other function, it's a group where it's essentially technical labor, supporting overwhelmingly the campuses. And that's what you heard and saw today. I know there were a lot of questions about clarity and the disconnect between the budget book and some of the spreadsheets. Perhaps not the time now with some other things, but getting board feedback so it becomes a more meaningful discussion.
Thank you. One question, Ms. Jackson.
Just to add to the list of questions, when HR comes to present or before then, what is the difference between administrative assistants, administrative aides, and clerk typists, other than the amount of money that they make? But what is the difference as far as their jobs description?
Okay. I think this was a difficult exercise, and I think part of what this shows is why we need to improve our whole management of data management system in the district in order to have simple, clear, consistent information, because we just don't have that today. But I think for the future presentations, it would help if maybe a template that's consistent among all the presenters would be helpful as well, and so they all look alike, if you will, and are consistent. Thanks.
Okay, I think those are good points, and it's true. I mean, we kind of have hybrid systems and technologically in terms of the old system, the new system, and the timing and what went on in the budget book and the other. So I think it would be really good to have that for the future meetings. Before we conclude, we have public testimony on this item A3 by citizen.
That's me. I'm the citizen. As you consider these budget issues, please be aware of a few things I want to remind you about the past. There were raises given to the finance office, okay? The employees in the finance office got raises when we were laying off custodians. Okay, they lost their jobs. And now I hear finance office saying they're having a really hard time doing all their work. Overtime to principals. I've seen that. They're salaried people, and they're getting overtime. You want to see the figures? The documents? I'll give them to you. I see retired administrators being hired back at $67 an hour, and not particularly great ones either. Okay? They did some questionable things when they were working for the district as full-time employees, and they're being hired back as retired administrators. Note that there are 3 men in this board meeting providing security. Okay? I've been watching these 3 men sit out here, and they're not working. They're just sitting here watching you guys. We're paying these guys all this money to sit here, really, for all this security? I've got a problem with that. If they are sitting here, then...
Have you received any death threats?
No.
Then don't talk about that anymore, please.
I'm sorry, but I do not think we need 3 people sitting in this room, okay? I don't think that's very wise use of funds. Also, we're going to be providing a lot of substitutes for teachers to go on field trips. And those field trips are going to be subsidized by the teachers for them to go on these trips because we have to pay for substitutes and their salary. And at a time like this, that's something that really needs to be looked at. And the chief of staff for the superintendent, $152,000 a year. And I saw him at a coffee meeting the other day, and I was really questioning what was it that he was doing. I mean, I'm being told that employees are so overloaded and they're taking on so much more responsibility. I think you need to look at where are these employees really working and what are they doing, because the option is people are going to lose their jobs because you're not using the resources that we have to the optimum.
Okay, this is going to conclude this meeting. We have another meeting at 4 o'clock. However, right now I think we believe we need to take a 10-minute recess before we begin the next meeting.
Upstairs?
It's here. But we will take a break for 10 minutes. There's a retirement system, and before we introduce the presenters, I just would like just to clarify one thing, and I just asked the superintendent, put him on the spot, in terms of if you could just make a comment, because the state teachers retirement system is very separate from the general fund unrestricted budget that we have been discussing, and the budget shortfall and the operations and so forth. It's a separate entity, just as other employees and other organizations have Social Security and so forth. And so if you could just briefly state what our district, what the employees pay into the system, what the district pays, and whether or not they are on Social Security, and just whether it's optional or not for the district to participate.
I think for Jack, this is our Vice President of the Board, Dr. John Lee Evans, and Tim Jenkins standing over there at the podium, who's going to coordinate. I'll turn over to some comments for you, Tim, but your questions, I think, John, have to do with what kind of liabilities or major commitments do we have for pensions as compared to, let's say, the city, which is a different pension system and they have their own set of issues. We, based on the various higher-level guidance, the Ed Code, make contributions which are formulaic in nature for paying into retirements for both our certificated and our credentialed folks. And today, I think Jack's going to go through our credentialed side, where the teachers and the other associated licenses, degrees, or credentials. So, librarians and psychologists and counselors and so on and so forth. I don't see us as having any major shortcoming or pitfall. What Jack's going to brief you on is a major fund he is managing that deals in retirement that directly impacts the credential side. The teachers do not pay Social Security, and I think, are you going to explain a little of that when you get it? Okay. Sure. So, we have a very straightforward commitment that goes through our finances to meet the retirement requirements, and that's adjusted and monitored, for which Jack here is the Chief Executive Officer. I want the board to come away with the understanding is that it's a very straightforward commitment we have for what they manage at a much higher level, a global level in this state, one of the largest funds in the country. In the world, okay. Not to undersell you. So, Tim Jenkins from the SDEA retired team had talked to President Brewer and I some time ago about the importance of the board understanding the significance of this fund and what it means to half of our workforce. We have over 7,000 members that are contributing in some way, shape, or form a link into CalSTRS. So Tim thought that it would be important for us to appreciate what's at stake here, the complexity and so on. So, Tim, why don't you go forward, and then we'll turn it over to Jack.
Thank you, Superintendent Koba. Members of the board, my name is Tim Jenkins. I'm with the San Diego Education Association, retired. On behalf of our president, Norma Heater, and the members of the San Diego Education Association, retired, we were pleased to put this program together. It's taken a while, and everybody's calendars being what they are. We worked with Cheryl Ward, your board action officer, and we got it all put together. It took a while, but we got there. My role here today is really to introduce the first speaker, but one of the things I wanted to bring your attention, and one of the things that in our conversation I had with the superintendent and Mr. Barrera, we were talking about teachers in retirement, and I pointed out to them that the retired educators in San Diego County put $740 million into the economy of this county. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of teachers. And it impacts our public schools in a lot of ways. So I thought it was important that you had a clear understanding of how STRS works. So it's my pleasure today to introduce to you the board chair of the State Teachers Retirement System, Dana Dillon. Dana is a classroom teacher. She teaches in Weed, California, if you don't know Weed. There are 2 turnoffs for weed in Northern California, or 3. Dana is elected at large by all of the teachers in the state of California. It's a secret ballot. She also serves on the California Teachers Association Board of Directors, and Dana and I worked for many years on the National Education Board of Directors. So without any further, Dana Dillon.
Thank you, Tim. And a pitch for weed, I kind of like that. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come before you and have the conversation and the discussion that we're about to have. I'd like to thank Tim and the San Diego Education Association chapter of retirees for also making the arrangements to bring Jack and myself down here to talk to you. Beside me is Jack Enos. He is the CEO of CalSTRS, and we are the largest teachers' pension system in the United States. Second, I think, pension system in the United States, and we are one of the largest in the world. The layout of our presentation is I'm going to make some general comments, kind of an overview of what we are as the board. Jack's going to dive into things a little bit more deeply. Please feel free to interrupt us, ask questions if you would like. We're hoping that we leave you enough time at the end of our presentation to ask some questions and have a discussion with you. You know, as well as we do, that it's a real challenging time to be a trustee. It's a really difficult time to sit on a governing board. The CalSTRS board is made up of 12 members. There are 3 elected ex officio members, the state treasurer, the state controller, and the state superintendent of public instruction. There are 3 elected teacher members, 1 community college representative, a K-12 including administrators representative, and then 1 that represents just K-12, which is myself. There is also a representative from the Department of Finance, and then the governor has 5 appointees, including a retired teacher or a member of the system. Like you, we are the policy-making body of the system. We take our fiduciary responsibility very, very seriously, as I'm sure you do as a board of trustees also. As a board, we have built a strong ethical foundation. We have a very strong written ethics policy. We participate in various educational opportunities to further our knowledge and make us better trustees for the members, the teacher members of California. We participate in annual fiduciary and state ethics training. We are and have been on the forefront in writing and following policy regarding undue influence of board members and on staff and staff. And we were also ahead of times in writing policy that makes the use of public placement agents in our investments public. That hit the press a couple years ago. We had already had a very strong policy regarding public disclosure of that. All of our policies are available on our website for the sake of transparency, and like you, we also stream live our board meetings, and those meetings are archived, so there's access to the public that way. Again, we are, both of us, you all and my board, we're operating in very turbulent times. Funding for schools, or better, the lack of funding for schools, are making you as a board make very, very difficult decisions. The volatility of the market has also brought us many challenges. So for us, too, funding is an issue. One of the things that you might not know about CalSTRS and our pension benefits is that almost 2/3 of a member's pension is funded through investment income, aside from the contributions that the districts, the state, and the members make. The downturn of the market and the continued volatility has forced us to look into our investment policies and practices much more deeply. The board has recently revisited our asset allocations and has recently undertaken a lengthy study of risk in which we have been looking not only at the characteristics of our asset allocations, but the risk that each brings and how to best manage that as a system. Keep our investments as safe as we possibly can. But the greatest challenge, though, in my mind, is how to educate our members and the public about our system. There's a lot of misconceptions, and there's a lot of information that is in the press about public pensions. There's a tremendous pressure right now because of the media's focus on public pensions. Many private sector employees no longer have defined benefit pensions. They have gone from defined benefit to a defined contribution, and there's pressure for public pensions to follow that same route. Pension benefits of the few have gained notoriety in the press, overshadowing the modest benefits of the major majority of the rest of members of public pensions. There is an awful lot of public debate over which assumed rate of return is the most appropriate for public pensions to use in their valuations. We believe the assumed rate of return that we set is very, very appropriate for public pensions. There is a whole other side out there in the public that thinks we need to use a much more conservative number. We must educate the public on the need for a long-term vision about our system in a world where the focus has been most recently on short-term gains and losses. And that's not the world that we live in as a pension board. So thank you again for the opportunity to talk with you. I'm going to turn it over to Jack now for a little bit deeper dive into the system.
Thanks. Does it? Oh, there we go.
You're good.
I'm good. Again, Jack Enos, I'm CEO of CalSTRS, and to the extent it's possible, I'd love to make this a conversation with you. I think these issues are weighty. There's no doubt about it. Appreciate the invitation. We've been going throughout California, meeting with business organizations, chambers, business coalitions, editorial boards, but actually this is the first school board, even though I've met with CASBO and the Superintendent's Association and various teacher organizations. So I realize today, we need to do more of this probably. This affects not only several of you personally, because your pensions are with us, but it affects you as a board because it affects the financial standing of the whole system. And in the end, that'll probably be where we'll close. Is one, it affects you because the accounting rules will be changing here shortly, and that will affect the financial presentation of liabilities for pension funds, which could affect your financial statements, which will affect how the rating agencies view bonds. So it's not. This is not academic by any stretch, the discussion. And it will affect you because there's no doubt Sacramento will generate pension reform ideas in the coming 30 to 90 days. Some of those will involve financing of CalSTRS, I would expect, which means ultimately the financing from the schools to us. So I do want to make sure we're real clear on who pays what and who's legally responsible for paying what. I want to make sure that's clear because if we were left to popular conceptions, we'd be led astray. So it's good to talk about that. First couple, again, finer point on the metrics. We are a globally invested business. If you saw our little fast facts we gave you, a little over 50% of the portfolio is in global equities, and that does mean around the world. So when we think about the markets, we are thinking about Greece every day right now. Those things affect us dramatically, what's going on in Europe as we watch around the globe. We are the 11th largest pension fund in the entire world. So what happens in Sacramento with ourselves and CalPERS affects those financial markets, and people watch very carefully as we adjust our investment strategies or make changes because of this global recession. The other thing to remember is in just a year, we're going to be 100 years old as a pension system. We're actually one of the very oldest in the whole country. And on the one hand, I have to be careful when people are so overreactive to the bumps in the road that we've had these last decade. From an investment standpoint, this is absolutely a lost decade for all of us, not just pension funds, but your personal savings and everyone behind me in the audience. It's been a flat decade, which has enormous implications going around. But at the other hand, if I showed you how this pension fund were funded in 1914 or 1923 or 1940, we would all grimace and say, my God, how did you ever get out of the 40s with that level of funding? It really wasn't until the 80s that this even had a respectable level of funding. And a couple things happened. The funding to the system, the contributions started to change, but also that's when pension funds left bonds and they started to become global investors, and now we have returns over 30 years that are over 8%. So those support more assets and better benefits for the workers. So it's been a good change overall. I want to take maybe 4 minutes with you and kind of do a diversion, though, and this may seem, why is he talking about this? But it's because we're in San Diego I'm going to do this. You are probably the most, of any board I would talk to, the most absorbed board in terms of having pension discussions in your newspapers and your daily politics of this city than probably any city in California. And you continue to have those, and I read your papers every day, read every pension story that's debated with your city and county plans. So obviously we watch carefully what that means. But I'm afraid not just you, but possibly many residents of San Diego may be left with a false impression that the retirement crisis is about public workers and defined benefit plans. So I'm going to give you a couple quick stats. If you read the Wall Street Journal, there was a wonderful editorial they wrote in February that, unfortunately I have to say it, they said basically the next looming disaster in America is coming financially, and that's what? The retirement of the baby boomers. And so that is in part the story here in terms of what financial resources are supporting the general public. So let me take you back just a couple months. Gallup poll. Gallup asks Americans, what's their biggest financial worry? So think about all the things that in the midst of a recession you could have answered that question. From paying your mortgage, paying your credit cards, sending your kids to college, paying your daily bills. Those were all the choices given to Americans for their biggest financial worry. Shockingly, the top worry in that survey, 66% of Americans said retirement was their top worry. And beyond all those other things of daily living that we're stressed about, 66% of Americans. When do Americans expect to retire? Not when do they retire. When do they expect to retire? That number's changed dramatically as well. In 1995, only 12% of Americans said that they thought that they would retire beyond 65. Last year's survey, that number now was up to a third of Americans think they're going to work beyond 65. Okay? It's interesting because part of the debate is, and this is true in your local politics, what is the right retirement age? And people sometimes have simplistic conclusions that, well, it must be Social Security. That's 67. Let's set all pension plans to 67. But you know what? Americans don't retire at 67 at all on average. A study just came out of Boston College 2 weeks ago. The average retirement age for women in America is 62. The average retirement age for CalSTRS retirees, which are 71% female, is 62. So again, this dramatic political perspective that everyone's walking out the door early, it's all about early retirement, not true. 72% of Americans disagree with this statement in a survey we just did, that most Americans will be able to make up any financial losses from this recession before they retire. So when we start to get in the heads of people what they're thinking about now, they're stressed because they do not see a timeline from this recession to where they thought they were going to retire to have adequate resources. Okay? And finally, 86% of Americans think the retirement system in the country, not public sector workers, not defined benefit plans, 86% of Americans think the retirement system in the country, and you can put in their 401k, is under stress and needs to be reformed. So the dominant model of retirement outside of government is actually in much chaos and under serious question. And then the final point I'll leave you with, and I say this one all the time, and I know you're a math teacher of the year. You've got to follow this piece of this here with me on this.
Where did you hear that?
I don't know. That was in my briefing. That was in my briefing document. We did background checks on everyone before this. But I do want you to hear these numbers seriously, because they are really sobering numbers. This is about the country. The average median income in America for older workers, age 60 to 62, in our country right now is $87,000. Okay? If you went to a retirement financial planner, they would say to you, if you want to live a reasonable lifestyle in retirement, we call it the replacement ratio. Hopefully you all know this number for yourselves. You should be planning for retirement that replaces around 85% of your pre-retirement income, unless you don't have health care covered, in which case you may need 100%. But generally, financial planners would say 85%. So now that means the average American needs $74,000 in retirement, okay? Well, Social Security will make up about 40% of that number. So now, I'm saying, now the average American needs to make up $39,000 of income for the rest of their life. So let's get the real numbers. What does the average American have in their 401k that's going to make up that $39,000? Well, the average older American has $149,000 in that retirement account from the private sector. What would that give you? It would give you $9,000 a year. So roll that all together in a conclusion for the country, and you can see why people answer that Gallup poll in the way they do. Because for the most part, Americans have 1/4 of what they need for retirement. And that's why the Wall Street Journal said, this is what we need to focus on, is reforming the retirement system as a whole and get people better prepared for retirement. So, I know it's strong messaging. Let me bring it back to CalSTRS and talk about this system and why we think the system does work and provides a modest level of retirement for people. So there's only two things I'm hoping you might refer to. I'm not doing PowerPoint, don't have that, so just talking. Sorry if you like that. But this wonderful little globe. And the reason I need to do a little detail with you is this is very different than CalPERS. And I'm afraid, and it's very different than City of San Diego, very different than the County of San Diego. You've got to say, what does this work for teachers here, that you're 6,000 employees? How does this service their needs? So if we get to this simple globe, it really tells a very different kind of pension. And we want to make sure, if one of the takeaways for today would be, I hope that you just don't lump us into some big retirement fix discussion, because this is quite different. So the bulk of your teacher's retirement does come from the top of this globe, which is a traditional defined benefit plan. That is the bulk of what they're getting.
Will you, for a lot of the public, and that term defined benefit and defined contribution, people don't really understand.
Right.
Can you just give
I will do it.
30 seconds?
Right. And a couple of features about the traditional defined benefit. The wonderful thing is that anybody can sit down with a napkin and project their salary out in rough numbers till retirement and guess how many years they're going to work. And you would know nicely that rain or shine, good market or bad market in a defined benefit plan, you are assured that benefit. The simple way of saying it is you can't outlive the benefit. It's that simple. You can go to sleep each night. You don't have to watch the stock market like I do every half hour. You can actually go to sleep knowing that this benefit is secure and guaranteed in a formula. The implicit corollary of that is that means you didn't take any risk for that because the risk was borne by who the plan sponsor is for that pension. Generally, your employer is taking the risk. Guess what? That's not true here, and that's why we want to make sure that's one of the key points about what we're talking about. You are the employer of these 6,000 teachers, but you are not the plan sponsor of this pension plan. Very unusual, actually. We would always think of the employer as the plan sponsor. This is a trust fund. The legal plan sponsor for this trust fund is the state of California. Obviously, you're paying a lot of the contribution. You're paying 8.25% as an employer. About an equal share as the employee. It's about a 50-50 split with the employee. Employee pays 8%, you pay 8.25%. Those have been unchanged for decades, what you pay into this system. But it is a trust fund, and if any of your lawyers part-time, you know that there has to be a guarantor of the trust fund. That is the state. The other nice thing about a traditional defined benefit plan that often not found in private employers are disability benefits and survivor benefits, and disability benefits have a lot of value for sure. And I should have, actually in my own intro, I should have told you, my own background before this job, I actually worked in the private sector. I managed defined benefit plans and defined contribution plans for large insurance companies. So I've really seen both sides, and I think I can fairly tell you the good and the bad that comes from different systems. But the number that I want to make sure you circle in your mind is what you need to say, how much of a benefit is this for your teachers? Is it what I read about in the papers all the time, that everyone's getting over $100,000 and riding around on cruise ships? Is that what this benefit's about? Is it? Well, the number that answers that question is that jargon replacement ratio. This benefit replaces on average 60% of their pre-retirement income. So if we were to create adjectives around this benefit, we would say it's a good benefit. It is a good benefit, absolutely. Compared to the story I just walked you through from the Wall Street Journal, this is a good benefit. It's a moderate benefit. But at the same time, if we were working with a professional financial planner, they would say to every teacher, that's not enough. It's a good benefit, and it's secure, and it's guaranteed, and it has some inflation protection with it, but it's not enough. You got to make up 20, 30, 40% of this.
Just a question, because you had mentioned about a portion for Social Security before. I'm just curious, you're talking about a 60% under this system,
right.
And under Social Security, it's much lower than that. I mean,
right,
I don't know if it's 20, 30,
but
40.
That's apples and oranges. I guess I should have introduced the globe by saying, for your personal three-legged stool, remember how we all grew up with that model, right. I live in a three-legged stool? For a private citizen, the three-legged stool is Social Security. In the old days, it was a defined benefit plan. Now it's a 401k, and it's your personal savings. Those three together, if you're managing your life well, would give you 85% in the private sector, right? Mm-hmm. Private sector. For the three-legged stool, this is it. Right here on this page, I'm going to walk you through the three legs. Hopefully, everything done right, the teacher gets to that same goal, but without Social Security.
I'm just curious. I know it's much more complex to answer, but in terms of the contribution to the teachers are paying, the employer paying, is fairly similar to what
it is.
The Social Security contributions
It's remarkably similar.
And yet what you're quoting as far as what the return in terms is
well, there's
quite different.
Right, and that's the difference between a good and bad financial design. This system is based on a globally diversified portfolio, so obviously the growth...
As opposed to just a trust fund
that's barely funded,
sort of sitting there.
However you want to view Social Security
box.
funded. Yeah, I mean, it would never have the yield this fund would have to support a benefit structure that we have. So that is, you did hit a key point. So this is the teacher's three-legged stool. So the big leg, though, 60% of their replacement ratio is from the traditional defined benefit plan, which, again, guaranteed. The second part to the left is quite unique, and I'll bet probably, I don't know if any of you knew we had this here, but it's called the Defined Benefit Supplement. And again, it's another way for a teacher to add to the 60%, but it also controls spiking. Now, you're probably familiar with that word, spiking, down here in Southern California. And I'm not going to throw stones at other pension systems, but you certainly are familiar with situations where in pension systems base salaries are inflated by extra work. And as in the end of the day, that becomes part of your retirement formula. And somehow someone makes more in retirement than they made when they were working. And you say, well, how could that be? Well, that's because things are being put into a base that don't make sense. It's interesting, and again, I don't know if the legislature did this because they were just so smart 10 years ago or they got lucky on this, but nevertheless, if a teacher teaches extra classes or extra duties or everything, none of that pay goes into their defined benefit plan. So it protects us from that extra buildup that could happen in another pension system, and I like it. What happens to that extra time? Well, the teacher puts in 8% of that, and the school, you, are putting in 8.25%, and it's simply a supplemental fund. It's called a cash balance plan is the legal term for it. But again, it's available when they retire to get them a little farther down the road. And then the last piece, which is just like any of us would have, is voluntary savings through a defined contribution plan. In the private sector, we use a 401k. In traditional government, we use what's called a 457 plan. In schools like yours or hospitals in America, you use a 403b. So teachers, and I will tell you a good and a bad about teachers. Teachers were great savers early on when these types of plans were made available in the market decades ago. That's good. The bad part is teachers became victims of very high-cost products from insurance companies, which is my former industry, so I can say that. But I will tell you, because you let a salesman come in here and give out pizza and sell product with high fees, that has really made, although they're good savers, we have a lot of teachers with investment in funds that are not nearly yielding what they should because of the nature of the distribution model in schools in California. And that's an area that people are editorializing about and realize it needs to be fixed, because in the private sector we would be much more tighter on fee products that we would offer through a 401k, but in these 403bs it's not been a good story. Bill, were you asking a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Jack. I mean, you've, I think, very nicely stated the three-legged stool concept. Do we tell our teachers, regardless of the generation, young, mid-career, or otherwise, that there's this basic concept out here, and the caveat emptor, buyer beware, and there are these key pieces, and some of it is savings as well as a pension. Do we educate them, keep them focused on what the pitfalls are?
I think we do all the time, but it's lost a little bit of its prioritization because, frankly, there's so much pension talk going on that people are not clear about, is this going to be here for me right now? So I think people are kind of concerned right now about the top part of the puzzle to make sure, well, I hear all these reform ideas, what does this mean for me? And in a recession, those voluntary savings get stressed quite a bit. I follow savings rates from around the world, as boring as that sounds, but Americans at their best were about 10% savers when we, like in the 50s and 60s. That's when we hit our pinnacle. And if you've traveled around the world, that's just not true in other cultures. If you went to Asia, people save at 15% and 20%, but Americans, 10 was our peak, and then we got down to -2. As the recession. So that part of it needs work, but I think we're going to have to get through this reform discussion pretty quick. So, again, just kind of by the numbers, this pension plan and its formula was tilted toward working longer, not working shorter. And again, this isn't just about rewarding workers with a retirement. An employer that does a good job with retirement is thinking about the labor market and how do I get the best workers that are going to work in my establishment. And do I want workers that are going to work a long time? Well, then I want to incent them to work a long time. Do I want a transient labor force? Well, then I don't care, and they can take the money and run. This model is premised on working a long time, and the numbers prove it. That's what's interesting about this. The median years of service for a teacher is 27 years. 27 years. So that's good. That tells you that this is a real profession. They're staying in the labor force. The pension is doing its job. So again, kind of in summary, we have a gender bias, if you want to call it a bias, in that the labor force is 71% female. We have a pension that's rewarding them at about 60% with some additional earnings and what's going on. We have some workers, but a minority, about 2%, that earn over $100,000 because that's created a rather salacious, headline of late. And teachers are kind of unique in many ways. From an actuarial standpoint, obviously that's our business. Not only do they work longer than others, but they live longer than other professions. And we try and dig into that to understand why. For us, we don't use standard actuarial tables. We have 850,000 members, so we have our own tables for this workforce. But they have extraordinarily low smoking rates compared to other occupations. So presumably that has a bearing on. Obviously being female has a huge bearing on it. And something you probably have never heard before, but Gallup does an interesting well-being index every year. They ask people, are they satisfied with their lives and their jobs, and what kind of self-fulfillment do they get from their work? Teaching is one of the highest rated on that self-fulfillment index of any occupation, even though a lot of people's public impressions is of the difficult classroom, the tension, the stress, the challenges of what you just spent the last 3 hours on. That's the public aura around this profession. But in reality, around self-fulfillment, it's very high. And I assume all those things speak well to, having, a long life. So where we are is as a system, I want to take the last couple of minutes and then maybe some ideas or things you want to talk about. I do want to talk about the financing of the system. So the only other thing is I gave you just like a 2-page handout there called CalSTRS Fundamentals. And on the back page, it talks about what you asked about earlier, the contribution rates. And I do think they're worth digging into. As you can see on that, you see a little chart at the bottom that says CalSTRS comparison with other pension plans. Oh, we do have PowerPoint, magically. Okay.
There you go.
Great.
Keep going. Thank you.
I think one of the things I'm trying to, obviously part of my pitch today with you is to debunk some of the myths around pensions and the things that are relevant to this group. One of those comments is that the benefit structure that you hear over and over again out there are the benefits too high in government for workers? And hopefully I've spent a little time with you to say, it's about right for the level of reward that comes from this benefit. It's just about right. So the question is the revenue coming into the system right to support that benefit structure? That's what every financial person would ask. Well, okay, you told me that from the output side, the teacher's getting a good, modest, moderate pension, but on the input side, the money coming into the system, is that adequate? Well, as you can see for us, unlike CalPERS, which adjusts contributions year to year, their board makes that decision. Very different way of financing CalPERS and us. The CalPERS board adjusts those contributions each year. So, and I don't know what your situation was with them, but that does mean in some local governments those went down to 0 in good times for CalPERS, and then they went up to double digits in bad times. This system was funded on exactly the opposite principle, which was level funding. Try and get a number that works across decades. Well, as bad as this has been, and I've got a number to share with you that isn't good in terms of what we need, I will tell you that those numbers going into the system, 8%, 8.25%, and 1.86, still cover what we call, in our jargon, the normal cost of the system. So that what that says to you, if we could have set magically aside the recession, is the benefit structure still right for the revenue? Well, the answer is actually for our system. It may not be for others at all, but for our system, it is a reasonable match of revenue to benefit. So then the problem is this. We've had, as I said to you earlier, a lost decade, 2 major blips. We had a wonderful return on June 30th of 23%, but for anyone that knows math, it's not the same as losing 25% or even close to it. So we absolutely do have a financial challenge going forward. When we had the first blip in the decade, and I'm going to be brutally honest with you now about the money part of this, when after the dot-com bust, that knocked us out of our assumptions, and we absolutely needed some new revenue into the system at the time, back in 2003 and 4. And I went to the legislature, you've all been there, and I want you to picture me, you as legislators and me making this pitch to you, which is this, is that we need to increase the percent of payroll, about 3 to 4% of payroll, to make this system going out decades whole, because we're long-range thinkers. I know you've got lots of short-range problems here and lots of short-range priorities, but if we invested now 4% or 3%, we would upright this and be smooth sailing for a period of time. But I also have to tell you there's a 40% chance that we'll invest our way out of this, that the markets will, in fact, because we beat our assumption over the last 30 years and 20 years. I've modeled this umpteen ways. There's a 40% chance that we won't need the 44% of payroll. So you hear that in your legislator and you would say, get in line, right? I got lots of short-term priorities. We're not going to fund you. If you've got even a 30% chance of getting out of this, we're not going to fund you on that kind of model. So we pulled back, and now we hit the big recession. So that minus 25% return definitely alters the underlying financial structure of the system. Absolutely. I can now say, it's not something I want to say, but I will say there is zero probability under any scenario that there's any likely economic return to this plan that would let it just upright itself over time. Now, the good news is, because I'm sure you don't have extra change on the table based on what I heard earlier, is that it doesn't have to be paid now. But at the same time, if we waited 30 years, it'd be really expensive.
23 years.
Or 23 years.
Yep.
Let me write that down, Kevin, right now. I'll work on that.
Get it done by then.
So I want to just give you a couple things to close with on the numbers side. I want to tell you that if we were perfect people, perfect accountants, what we would need to make the system right according to accounting standards tomorrow morning would be an increase of 14 percentage points of payroll, which is a lot. That is a lot. Now, I can argue the other side as well. If you look at that graph I just gave you, and we're missing 6.2 and 6.2 on Social Security on both sides, and this is a system meant to cover everything. You know, if you were paying Social Security on both sides, that's pretty close to what we need in the system. It's a coincidence. It's not purposeful. But it does tell you it's not necessarily that far-fetched. But having said that, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to start it tomorrow morning. It doesn't have to be in 30 years. It can be longer than that. So we will be talking with our stakeholders, and you're one of them, of absolutely that we need to start incrementally increasing the funding of the plan over time.
Would that really be in Sacramento, though?
Yes. But I would assume you'd want to be, if your foot in the door there on that discussion, because the state's interest in this is legally responsible, but they've been a de minimis contributor to the fund. There are, in closing, a couple issues that are causing public confusion, and that is, what can you change other than revenues? Could you change benefits? And unfortunately, we have usually this quiet little bookish group called Little Hoover Commission that publishes reports normally that are not usually read that much. The one on pensions was read widely because they suggested that, in fact, you could freeze pensions and change the pensions for existing workers. And I've included, I don't want to go over it with you, but I've included just our summary response to it, which was scathing, and I signed it because we've never seen such an ill-informed, poorly written analysis from a governmental body that was not based on case law. And it's all about case law. This is where the lawyers come in full blast. And basically, it is this. When you are on your first day of work, not after 5 years when you become vested for retirement, but when you're in your first hour of work, you are part of a contract for these benefits, and they cannot be altered unless you offer someone a commensurate benefit. So addressing the revenue issue here is really about contributions. And I find a lot of these bodies that are issuing ideas really as political distractions. It will not get us to a solution. We're going to argue about them, and in the end, I can assure you the law firms will say, come on, get real. This is not possible under California case law. It might be possible in South Dakota, but not in California under our case law, and this is about California case law. So we've got to get people back to a thoughtful, mainstream discussion about incrementally improving the funding to the plan.
Some people in San Diego have had conversations about potentially capping some pensions at like $125,000
right,
or $100,000 or somewhere around there.
Right.
Is that a part of the conversation at all? Or would that really only affect a couple people? Or
well, the capping would, again, be compromising your contract. So absolutely, and I don't mean a personal services contract, but a contract in the big sense of the word, the constitutionally protected contract. Those definitely are being raised. The issue, the IRS has a natural cap, but it's considerably higher than that. So people are speaking of terms in the 100,000 range. I think that's one of the ideas. But in terms of yeah, but these are interesting ideas, but they're again, they should be secondary or tertiary ideas that doesn't address the core funding. And if people are trying to raise the flag and say, I solved my pension issue, they're misrepresenting the solution, because that could only impact future workers. It would take decades to impact it financially. So you can create all these little side circus issues, and some of them are valid. None of us like spiking. None of us like the stories that we've had come out. Even though we have some natural defenses in our system, we actually just put in place this month an entire anti-spiking unit just to make sure we're looking at every contract right and doing it right, because those just speak poorly about the management of the system. So,
I have a question about to understand about the state of California contribution, because you have that employee and employer contribution.
Right.
It says it's dropped. The state's contribution has dropped from 4.6 to 2.0.
That's correct. They dropped their contribution when the plan was in surplus.
The state of California contributes an amount equal to 2.01. And 2.5% of payroll for purchasing power protection. What's that 2.5%?
That's for the cost. That's kind of separate from the core benefit. That 2.5 that the state pays is what supports the protection of the cost of living of the benefit. They're funding that separately. So the state puts in an additional 2.5, and that's not a benefit.
That's when they're paying out the benefit. They're adding in that 2.5%.
If you're a retiree. You get, just 2 seconds on that, you get two things as a retiree in CalSTRS. You get an annual 2% simple adjustment of your benefit. That would never really keep you up with inflation. If a 2% simple adjustment, it would have to be about 3% compounded to keep you up with inflation. So the legislature came up with this complicated scheme of a separate fund that they fund with the 2.5%, and it gives you what we call 85% protection, purchasing power protection. So we watched how inflation erodes your benefit, and it actually takes a long time, like 15 years, before it kicks in. But that's a separate fund that the state funds. And actually, it's not under financial stress.
Okay, so basically, besides the employer and the employee, there's this 2.0% from the state toward the plan, and this other 2.5%.
Exactly.
And so when you're talking about, in order to keep up the benefits and so forth in the long run, that there would need to be this increased contribution, are you talking about, and I understand the state is the underwriter, are you talking about telling us that because that's a potential increase contribution by the employee and by the employer? So that's where we would. I mean, that's where as the school district would come in if this. I'm just saying hypothetically, if the system determined that we need to just like.
Well, a couple points. Just kind of defining roles and responsibilities here. The role of the trustees of the system is obviously to manage the system, invest the money, and report the financial condition to the governor and the legislature. It's the job of the governor and the legislature who protect the trust fund to have a financial plan in place to protect it. But the solution to that is what you just said. Right. Ultimately, I'm sure the pie will have to be divided up in some fashion, and they would look to schools to share in that in some fashion.
So
you would have to
at some point the state could mandate to us and say, instead of 8.25%, we want you to contribute 9.5 or something like that.
I think that's why I'm opening the door, that your time to be involved in the discussion across California is now, because that pie will have to be divided up in some fashion.
Right. I'm just saying that's where our specific liability comes in.
And another place, too. This is a little more abstract. That was my closing point. That's the real money part of it. The more abstract part of it is that GASB is just a couple months away from finalizing their new regulations on accounting. They don't apply as well to this kind of situation where the owner of the trust is not the employer. And this first draft, near final draft, is suggesting that you may have to place this. We have a $56 billion unfunded obligation. That's going to have to be recorded on someone's financial statement. It may have to be proportionalized and placed on your financial statements as well. And that's why I want to make sure that at least you have some awareness of that debate. Among CFOs, it's a very big topic. It does. In fact, not to get too off track, but it was the state of New Jersey who's a very unfunded pension plan, did a very poor job of disclosure on the bond disclosures, and SEC went after them for that. If you read California's, you'll see me excruciatingly page after page after page talking about this liability, because we don't want that here in California, but it's exactly that. So that's a sub-issue that does need to be worked out. It's not as real as the money, which is...
And one of the things with borrowing is that it's my understanding that when the city governments or county governments in California have to borrow money in anticipation of revenue from Sacramento, that Sacramento covers their costs of that interest. But when school districts have to borrow money in anticipation of revenue from Sacramento, we do not get compensated for the interest on that loan.
That's right.
I've read that in 2 or 3 different articles I saw. The city and county governments. City and counties don't pay interest on your trans? Back me up here.
They pay it and then they get reimbursed.
Yep.
We do not get reimbursed.
We have to pay it, and it comes straight out of the classroom.
Yeah, we're going to work on that.
I know we're out of time, so if there's
I have a question for you. Okay. So fast. Okay, second career people are coming in now to education that may have had a first career, and now we're bringing them in because they're really good for the education system. They may have Social Security already. They may have their...
Well, they would, for sure.
Right. So
they'd be penalized.
Okay, so is there anything to do to help them, because many of them are not going to work an additional 20, 30 years, because some of them have already put in 20 or 30 years someplace else, and now they're coming to education, and so trying to recruit them, because that's what they're feeling. They're feeling like, why would I want to come in and...
Sure. There are 2 penalties for teachers. One's called a windfall elimination. One's called a government pension offset. Okay. They do have some impact on a person's pension, and a spousal situation can be quite severe. It's probably been one of the top priorities of our teacher organizations in Washington, and we've had bills sponsored for years to eliminate or modify those penalties. And there is thinking on the other side. It isn't as weird as it sounds. Social Security is a very odd calculation to it. So when they created these penalties, there was some thinking on their part behind it. It wasn't random thinking. But having said that, I would say it's going to be very tough because it creates a revenue issue immediately for the federal government. It would have to be changed in Congress. There's nothing here we can do in Sacramento. Political wisdom would tell you that it has to be wrapped up in an overall solution for Social Security, and anyone's guess here is when that will happen. But as a standalone cure, you're asking for billions of dollars of lost revenue to the federal government, potentially, and they wouldn't forfeit that without some other compensating issue in the Social Security debate. So I think the important thing is the teachers rightfully keep at it and keep pushing on it and saying this is our priority. We're getting penalized on this. And your argument is the one we use, I have to tell you. That is the single best argument in Washington, is that it's penalizing the labor market. So you got the right argument. It's just that the mathematics are not going to work well there for some time. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anything else?
Can the legislature... if you need to increase the revenue, as you say, can they change the formulas as far as just say, well, just the employer will pay more? or just the teachers, or they can really do whatever they want through legislative action? Or?
Except for that last comment you made, which is the teacher, again, is part of a contract, their benefit structure, and the 8% the teacher pays is part of the benefit structure in law. So although the legislature...
So that can't be increased?
It could in two ways. Well, no, you could change the law to increase it, but only in two ways.
Okay.
You could increase it for future workers without a problem, or you could increase it for current workers, but only if you gave them a commensurate benefit, which is unlikely because you're trying to solve a problem, not add more benefits to the structure. So I think you're heading to the right conclusion, which is the pie, for the most part, will be divided between the state and schools.
Which, in this whole discussion, not only about pensions but Social Security and Medicare, it's not so much whether people deserve these things; it's whether we can afford it. And right now, we can't afford them. Any of them.
But if I can argue with you politely, that chart tells me you can afford it, but probably not now. So the solution, again, on an incremental basis, adding 1 or 2 points every 2 or 3 years or something, is where we get to when we have a better economy.
I understand. It just
means... But the capacity must be there because you've not paid Social Security or the employee has for a long time.
But I'm saying from our bottom line, if you start in 2 or 3 years incrementally increasing it, because of our obligation, it just means every % more we pay it just shrinks our available funds for everything else. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying the reality is that we and the legislature isn't likely to give us more money in the next few years. So even if the state is the ultimate guarantor of it, the state is going to, if they had to step in, they're going to affect the people they're giving money to, cities, counties, and so forth. So
that's fair.
So I think what would help for us is we're trying to start doing some long-term budget planning, 5-year budget planning, to kind of look at different scenarios as to what those cost impacts could be, assuming the legislature actually makes a tough decision in the next 2 or 3 years, which in itself is questionable, and how then we can start projecting costs. I assume there's options out there that are being floated legislatively and so forth. So
what you just said, so let me understand this, is that if I look at this chart here, for a CalPERS person, we've been paying approximately 17%.
Yep.
Whereas for a CalSTRS, we've been paying 8.25.
I think it's one of the best deals around, this pension plan.
Okay.
That's what I would say over and over again. That you have a benefit that replaces 60% of income for that level of contribution over 3 decades. It's been a wonderful deal for everybody.
Okay. And if that amount was to, so if we had, let's say in the past or whatever, have been paying that other 6.2% for the Social Security part of it, then the investment currently in CalSTRS would have been a lot better.
It would have taken us much farther down the road.
Okay.
Much farther. Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Hopefully this left you with something you didn't know about our system before I came.
That's very good. I just want to make a couple of comments. I think this is as the taxpayers, not just the board, but we are the employers of all of our teachers. And I think one of the things that's been pointed out is that there is a potential future liability that we need to take into consideration in terms of our contribution towards this. But I think we also need to, and you're talking about all the static and noise about pension plans and so forth. Here locally, we need to be very clear that we are not running our own pension system, and that this is completely different from the city of San Diego situation, that this is not something that we opt in or opt out of. It's part of the California education system, and that teachers are a part of it, because we have had local politicians stating, the school district is in a mess, class sizes are going up and so forth because of the pension crisis.
So maybe we should send this proposal over to Councilman DeMaio? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, Councilman DeMaio would be a good one to receive this. Because, everything that's going on in the schools is basically related to this pension crisis, when it's really a separate issue at this point. And I think it's also, and just the fact, and I think this does come out in other jurisdictions too, but the fact that our teachers are participating in this system and they are excluded from the Social Security system. And so, that needs to be very clear in people's minds. And I think another thing, just to clarify, when we talked earlier about the Board of Education budget and you were addressing us, members of the Board of Education receive absolutely no retirement benefit, no matter if they're on the board, God forbid, for 20 years. And
some of you were teachers,
which is different than other jurisdictions who actually do allow their elected officials to participate in their pension and retirement program. So just to be really, really clear about that. But I think this has been very informative and very useful for us to understand how the system is working. Mr. Koba.
I want to thank you as well for coming down. Tim's recommendation to have you here was a good one. My last question is crystal ball. Do you see in this legislative cycle any law actually being enacted about pension reform for the multitude of ideas? I'm talking about within the state, the multitude of ideas that are out there. Every time I look at one of these commentaries, there's something new out there, but anything at all?
I can't. I wish I could close with a better comment. I mean, everyone jumps in and then it unravels, and that's been the political cycle we keep going through. I will compliment the governor's office. I see an attentiveness to this I have not seen in years, and that's the first step, is saying we've got to do something about this, and that is absolutely. I've seen it, and I've had that conversation. I know that's happening, so that's good, and I feel much better about getting someplace than I did before.
And I'd just like to finish up, too, also by saying, again, we really appreciate being able to come here to educate you a little bit more about the system. If you care to keep up with that education, please visit the CalSTRS website. The NEA.org, Ms. Jackson, has a lot of information about the Social Security offsets. CTA also has a retirement page on their website, and a lot of the things that we've talked about today would be encompassed within those three. So thank you very again, and feel free to reach out and touch us again. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much.
Take a 5-minute break for them to come and do this stuff in the regular board meeting?
We just had a break.
No, I don't need it, but
No. Thank you. Let's continue with our next item on the agenda, which is the fiscal year unaudited actuals with Mr. Little. And basically, just I don't know if the superintendent wants to say something. We're going over the unaudited actuals for 2011, and as board members, I mean, what is helpful is anything that can be contributed as far as what we have learned in terms of what we expected it to be and what it turned out to be. And as far as the public is concerned, the fact that we are opening up the books and saying we made various projections, this is actually what happened in 2010, 2011.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Thank you again, board members. So tonight, this is an overview of what we'll be discussing. We're going to briefly go through a closeout of the fiscal year 2010-2011. We're going to highlight some changes, as Dr. Evans just mentioned, the variances between where we thought we would be and where we ended. We'll look at some numbers on those variances, and we'll also look at the other funds and look at where they ended the year versus where we projected them ending the year. I'll focus on the bottom line section of this slide. So our 2010-11 general fund beginning balance was $97 million. These, of course, are the highlights. Our ending balance was $116.8 million. So that's total general fund. That's an operational surplus of about $19.75 million. We'll break that out further as we move forward. Then we talk about the general unrestricted beginning balance of $97.6 million. We have the restricted general ending fund balance of 19.2, and then we break down the reserves. So we'll touch these more as we move through the presentation. So the first slide we have is the total general fund. The first column is the estimated actuals. That's what we shared with you at the first budget adoption at the end of June, and again on the second budget adoption, the revised budget adoption on August 2nd. So that's where we thought we would be. 2010-2011 unaudited actuals. Column C is obviously where we are now that we've closed the books. So this is where we anticipate finishing the year. Of course, column D is the difference between those two, and column E is the percent change. So again, I would highlight the beginning balance is very obviously that was known. That's $97 million, and the ending balance we had a variance of about $500,000. So that's pretty darn close with respect to where we thought we would be ending the year versus where we ended the year on a total general fund basis. I would just note under the required reserves some pretty large variances under line 12, school site ending balances. That went up by 131%, and that was the addition of some memorial prep carryover that was previously budgeted elsewhere. So a breakdown of that $2.95 million consists of $1.1 million of mandated costs, money that we gave back to the schools, $1 million of the memorial prep carryover, $500,000 of site donations carryover, and then some civic center rental money. I would just note also an increase to our stores, which is our inventory, and that was due to an increased TMA increase in inventory from PPO side. So we can talk about that further if you would like as well. Big picture, total general fund. We ended the year, these are expenditures, of course, expending $1.109 billion, excluding our reserves, obviously. We break it out here by certificated salaries, classified salaries, employee benefits, etc., much as we did earlier in the earlier presentations. What this slide shows is, again, we're consistent. $993 million of the $1.1 billion goes towards employee compensation, and that's about 90% of our total general fund expenditures.
Apropos the discussion we just had, the STRS and PERS payments would be under the employees' benefits portion here, and that would also include the health care of 160 some odd million.
Correct.
So that's right. Those three things, I assume, make
that's
up
correct.
That.
Let's see, with respect to the so now we're going to just briefly look at the unrestricted side versus the restricted side of the budget. Excuse me. So these are the unrestricted statements. Again, the estimated actuals versus the unaudited actuals. Beginning balance of $57.3 million and ending balance of $97.55 million. So again, fairly close, $886,000 over where we were projecting at that time. That's the number you saw and that we've shared with Deputy Superintendent Meyer to help fill some needs at the IB schools and the magnet schools, et cetera, given the board direction at the last meeting. The unrestricted side of the house has an operational surplus of about $40 million. So our revenues exceeded our expenditures by $40 million, and we knew that was going to be the case, and the board obviously has set aside that money to help balance this current year's budget. On the restricted side of the house,
where is that $40 million?
The $40 million is the difference between the revenues, line 4, $769 million, minus lines 5 and line 6. So it's revenues minus the expenditures minus what we moved to restricted.
Okay.
So another way of looking at it is the 97.5 minus the 57. So the ending balance less the beginning balance is what we've made up in between the two.
Mm-hmm. And yet, it doesn't show it on here, but in terms of the budget, never mind, that you're talking about 10-11.
This is 10-11, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, never mind.
Sure. Let's see, moving forward then. On the restricted side, Beginning balance was $39.7 million. The ending balance was $19.2 million. So on the restricted side, we were, deficit spending to the tune of over $20 million, and that's primarily spending down the carryover that we had from ARA that we had to expend by the end of this month. So that's again just spending down the carryover. The only thing I would point out on this slide primarily, and we'll go through the other sources in a little bit, but the revenues decreased by about 5% over what we were projecting, and that was slight. That was a bit of an unexpected, unanticipated happening. So those were some reductions in Title I, Title II, mental health, and ROP funding for last year. So as slight as they were, you can see in total they amounted to $20 million. So that was considerable, actually. And there was some special ed funding in there as well that was much less than we thought. So looking at the variances more in detail here, this is on the unrestricted side. So the revenue limit sources were slightly less than what we anticipated due to increased property taxes transferred to the charter schools, given their P2 numbers, and a little bit more in PERS. The federal revenues we actually gained $5 million in federal impact aid, and this was for prior year's claims that was, again, unanticipated. Every now and then the federal government does a true-up. I think they're still paying us for 2008, 2009, so they're about 3 years in arrears in terms of federal impact aid. So they do a true-up, and they look at prior years, and they give us the difference of what's coming to us. So that was a $5 million bump. Unfortunately, we have an offset on the expense side you'll see coming up. Other state revenues, we had a $300,000 increase in state lottery funds. That was helpful. And then other local revenues, a $2.3 million delta. $1 million of that was some E-rate funding, increased E-rate funding. And then we had increased donations and local contributions. So in total, we received about $6.2 million more in revenues than we had anticipated. On the on the expense side, still unrestricted, you'll see the variances here. I only highlight the noteworthy ones. I think the one, of course, that jumps out at you is the contracted services, and this $9.6 million is transportation fees. So we budgeted the cost of transportation fees in our unrestricted expenditures. Due to some software glitches, the software was not pulling out all of the funds from the correct resources it should have on the unrestricted side, so we moved it into the restricted side. So what that did, in effect, was reduce our unrestricted expenses by $9.6 million, but it increased our restricted contribution by the same. So that's why right below that you'll see our contributions went up by $15.8 million. So 9.6 of that is directly related to the 9.6 of the transportation cost. The other part of the contributions is, as I mentioned earlier, we had about $5 million less in special ed funding. We had to increase our contribution to special ed by $5 million. So that accounts for the most of the contribution delta that you see there. This is a nice summary of the resources. So you can see by major resource, of course this is not all of our resources, these are just the major. We give you the beginning balances in column B. Where did we start the year? What did we transfer in and what did we receive in the revenues? At C, what did we expend? And the final balances in column F. I won't go through this in detail. I would just note that in row 12, other contributions, again, that's that 9.6 of transportation that we just talked about, plus $4 million of restricted maintenance, plus $1.8 million of community day school money.
Just for example, the Title I revenues in, transfers out, that means those revenues went to the sites, but it doesn't mean it was all spent, right?
That's correct.
We don't know yet how much was unspent.
Right, that's correct. Right. So these are deferred revenues. Some are grant programs, some are deferred revenue programs. So the deferred revenue programs, such as Title I, basically, we get the money as we expend it, so that money, that revenue is deferred to the year in which we spend it.
So just so I understand, on page 7 and 8, with revenue being about $6 million more than expected, and expenditures being about $5 million more than expected, right? So that's where you come up with the million or so, a little over $1 million variation.
That's correct.
Which is overall very close.
That's correct.
Are you talking about the $5 million from page 8 that was then moved over into special ed?
No.
Oh.
Well, I'm just talking about the fact that overall, when you add up the adjustments in revenue, that we had $6 million extra revenue and $5 million at the bottom, $5,135,000.
Additional expense.
Additional expenses, and so it was within about $1 million. Correct. The special ed money is inside that contributions.
That's right.
The line above.
Shouldn't that be the carryover, the difference of those two?
The carryover of?
Shouldn't the carryover be the difference of those two, the 6 and the 5?
The carryover. No, we're talking about total general fund ending balance. So if our revenues went up by $6 million and our expenses went up by $5 million, that's a $1 million net benefit to the ending fund balance. So it's actually in the ending fund balance. It won't be carried over because it was actually realized this year.
Well, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. So shouldn't the ending balance have been $1.1 million?
The ending balance will have been increased by that difference. Yes.
It wasn't 800. It was like $1.1 million.
Not 800,000.
It was. We're looking at the total general fund, right? So that was unrestricted.
That's close.
Yeah, it was. I mean, on page 5, the difference is $886,000 on the unrestricted side. So we have to go back and tie those numbers out.
Oh, unrestricted.
Right.
They're both unrestricted. Okay. Somewhere in that 800 to 1.1.
Okay, moving forward. This is just all of our funds, a recap, a summary, beginning balance, revenues, expenditures, transfers out, and ending balances. And again, we'll go through these briefly in a little bit more detail by funds, just some noteworthy stuff. So as you know, adult education is Tier 3 money. They did well and finished with a little bit of surplus, so they have an ending fund balance of $250,000, which they'll carry over into next year, which is good because their pass-through revenue was reduced, as you recall, by about 26% for next year. So they're in good shape to begin next year. Child development, again, they'll have an ending balance of about $400,000. You'll recall they deficit spent about $300,000. However, we had to transfer $2.8 million from the general fund to cover some uncollected receivables. So, again, we worked out a repayment plan with CDC, so they'll reimburse the general fund over the next few years for that. And I think we shared that with you at first and second interim as well. Regarding the cafeteria fund,
just because we did get something about CDC and that they, and you may have answered this already on email, that they had there was a misallocation of $2 million, right?
Correct.
And that's the money that they're replenishing.
This is what we're referring to on here is what we thought was owed to us by a certain agency that we could not collect from that agency. And we spent some years trying to collect it from that agency, and were unsuccessful. So we've and they were counting on it and actually expended it some time ago. So we've had to cover the difference.
Okay, and so that 2-point-something million,
2.8. Mm-hmm.
That is actually, I mean, is that going to add to our ending balance for this year?
It came out of our ending balance. So
it already happened.
Exactly, it's done.
Okay, I thought it was happening
year.
now, and it would. Okay.
No, we did this last fiscal year.
Okay. I was looking for
the cafeteria fund, again, because of the challenges with the reimbursements and and the costs associated with running the program and the furlough days, they had a little bit of a hit in revenue, and as a result, deficit spent to the tune of about $1.3 million. So I know that Gary, when he does his presentation to the board on the November 1st workshop, will speak a little bit to a mitigation plan for moving forward this current year. So they're aware of that, and we're working closely with them to improve upon those numbers.
When you say deficit spent to $1 million, is what you're saying that he was budgeted at $55 million and he spent $56?
Correct. Yeah.
So he wasn't,
he had some reserves.
Right. He had some opportunities to meet that budget, but then there was the reserves of 3.99 he started with, so he dipped into those.
Correct. Right. So he overspent by 1.3 and had to use some of his reserves to cover that shortfall.
It was not a hit to the general fund. It was a hit to his reserves.
That's right. Correct. Thank you.
But is his reserves ultimately from the general fund?
No. Standalone.
It's unrestricted.
There's the cafeteria fund. Totally separate.
It's restricted. Yes.
It's restricted.
Yes. It can only be used for purposes of providing nutrition to students. That's the purpose of the fund. Styrofoam. Capital facilities. We have two sub-funds in capital funds. And capital facilities, our RDA fund, as you know, and our developer fees fund. Both are doing well at this point. 8.6 ending balance in the RDA fund. As we move forward, of course, the challenge is using some of that money to offset our first grade class sizes. We're watching Sacramento very closely to see what happens with the RDA challenge that may impact this sub-fund. Developer fees fund, we have a $9 million ending balance, and we'll keep you abreast of that fund as well. County School Facilities, also known as State School Facilities Fund. This is, of course, our alternative liquidity fund that we use for our trans loan. We started the year, I believe, a little over $200 million in the fund. We're down to $176.8. We have a nice schedule of projects that Lee and Drew continue to work away at. There's a balance, of course, between maintaining those projects and keeping some cash in the fund so we have some money to put up against our loans. We'll need to borrow against this fund, as we've said in the past, moving forward. Fund 40 has 4 sub-funds. I won't go through them all. If you have any questions about them, I'd be happy to answer them. And I think at this point, that concludes the presentation. As you know, our auditors are here. They're doing the work of validating these numbers, checking our numbers, making sure they're accurate and in compliance with all those regulations and best practices that govern the work that we do. And they'll be back in December to present their report to you, the full audit.
Is the self-insurance revenues, is that contribution from the general fund?
Yes.
Okay. And I notice we have a fairly large carryover. Is that the number that we feel? I know we had some discussion of risk management earlier. Is that the feeling that it needs to be that large for the prudence of potentially having higher payouts?
Yes, we are funded at the almost exact point that the actuaries say, 1 that's contributing from the general fund and 2 in the reserve. Given our $1 billion budget, that's about 5.8%.
And it's the policy that the board has with respect to a minimum level, so I believe it's a 75% level.
We try
75% confidence.
We try to validate this every year as to degrees of confidence for funding, because they look at, I think, Ashley talked about earlier about trending for claims up or down, and you take that with actuarial analysis. It's a very complicated assessment. About 2 years ago, I think we did move a little bit of funding from the insurance funds and acknowledged, the board agreed that we would go to a lesser confidence level to help with that year's deficit
And I know,
reduction.
Government self-insures for the most part, cities and counties and so forth, but is there ever ways to say, okay, that extra $5 or $10 million that we could have each year is to get a policy? Can you get a private policy in the market and say we want to insure up to $20 million a year, and whatever we pay for the policy is going to be less than that, and then free up more money. I don't know if that's...
It's certainly an analysis that we could do.
But
obviously, Ashley,
it's some way to free up
to do that.
That money for obviously...
So a hybrid system where you're...
Yeah. So we go to, Joe's Insurance or Lloyd's of London or whatever and say, hey, we this is what we paid each year. Actuarials say this, but we have this reserve of $20 million sitting there, and we'll pay you, $5 million a year or whatever to cover it, or whatever the fee would be, and
we have it on one end. I mean, I think what I understood from the explanation before, when the workers' comp, is that we are insured for higher claims, right, the higher end, and we're covering the quote lower claims. And
right, we have what's called excess coverage.
Portion part of that out.
We have a total reserve of $58 million, and we're expecting to spend $23 million. Last year we spent $23 million, and we had revenues, meaning transfers from the general fund of $20 million. Anyhow, I just think
we expect to spend $27 million this year.
Right.
I just want to say that I want to point out again what Ashley said earlier today. Our experience rating on claims is starting to climb. She emailed me when she got back to the office. She had 10 new workers' comp claims in the short time she was gone.
Well,
so we have to be very wary on this particular area.
Going into the
phone. I think it's just worth looking at as an alternative to see. I mean, we're not talking about not paying claims. Yeah. We're talking about, is there a way to do it to free up cash flow?
Divide up the risk
another
to
$10 million, $15 million cash flow.
Ron and I can have the conversation with Ashley, sure.
Okay, sure. So, for any other questions, we need a motion to approve the unaudited actuals. Okay, there's a motion, a second. Anything else? Please vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Little. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the appointment of representative to Proposition S Independent Citizens Oversight Committee. I believe this is a nomination by Mr. Beiser.
Yeah, we have a vacancy on the board for a parent representative. I'd like to nominate Vince Hall.
Vince, move approval.
Hold on just a moment. Vince Hall has been very active in supporting local schools where his children go. Friends of the Language Academy, the PTA, Friends of Albert Einstein Academies, and the San Diego High School IB Parent Connect. And he's a member of the Middle Class Taxpayers Association, has a JD from Thomas Jefferson Law School, and a BA in Communications from San Diego State.
Okay, any further discussion? Just want to make one comment on this list here. It's not quite up to date.
It's updated.
Oh, yours is not updated either?
Inside our brown folders is a new updated list.
Okay, the latest off the press.
Right.
Okay, so it's been updated.
Right there.
Okay, Michelle Huppaker and Douglas Gray. Very good. So we will be adding on Mr. Vince Hall. Please vote. 4-0. We're quite on a roll today on 4-0 votes. Okay, and finally, an authorization to excuse Board Member Barrera's absence.
Before? I thought afterwards.
This is for today's absence, correct? Okay. Yeah, is there a motion? There's a motion? Okay. Is there a second?
There's no second.
I second.
Okay. Okay, please vote.
We're getting giddy. We're not here at 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. At this point, we will adjourn to a very brief closed session upstairs.